What up, peoples? What up, YouTube? Linux Bodie, can you hand me my speaker over here on the counter? What it do? What's happening there? Stay back. Thanks, my baby. Yo. What's up, everybody? Yes. What up? Oh, yeah, you know I be rapping. You know. I'm in my city. I'm still here. I'm still standing. What Antoine Fisher say? I'm still standing. I'm still here. I've been in the city. I've been in my city my whole life. Nah, that's not true. I moved out for a while. Jackson Carter. Quit all that noise making, brother. I'm with my babies. What up, Jenny? I'm with my babies, man. We got school. We got school in 13 days, but we locked in now. It's just me and the boyos. My big belly boy. Hey, don't do that to Teddy Bear. Close the door. Hey, Teddy, stay here. Thank you. So here we are. Another day. Hi, Teddy. I see you, Pup. I see you. Okay. Don't even try it. Go. No, you get too excited. I know how you get down. You can't pet Teddy for 5 minutes. He won't 15 more. You pet him for 15. He want 50 more minutes. That dog, all that doggy want to do is get rubbed. But hey, we bite. Mia, what's good? There you go. I got some. Oh man, hold on. I didn't even download this. Let's download this. I got some interesting. Don't pet that dog. Why not? It's my doggy. Oh yeah. Y'all know I got I'm rocking all throwback jerseys for life. That's it. I ain't a Falcons fan. I definitely was a Jamal Anderson fan. Oh, look, we got a problematic man up here. Let's see if we can get this gentleman up here. He like to say a little weird stuff. I'm always entertained and curious as to how a person would do that. The frat is something they say about Omega's the frat. Oh, don't pet that dog. Yep. Hey, but check this out. Before we get into it, I gotta play something for y'all.
Man, to those ladies and that.
Okay. So just if you guys can't see, this is the prompt that the subs voted on. This is the one that we voted on this weekend or whatever. This is the one that won. I consolidated it. It was pretty big, but this is is pretty much the point. So definitely I appreciate that. Definitely I'm looking to get more prompts from everybody. Yeah, I can't wait. I love it. I love that. This should be interesting. It should be very interesting. Now, okay, so just real quick, I found this to be very interesting, very interesting. Yeah, this is weird. Hold on, let me get the picture. Let me get the picture. I'm not showing that one. All right, now I'm gonna play something for y'all, and then I'm gonna show you something because I think this is funny, and it's just hilarious how the projection it just won't stop. These people just keep projecting onto me their own insecurities. It's crazy. But listen to this.
The only good man to those ladies and that guy over there is the really flamboyant, effeminate man. That's the only good man to them. That's the only good man they'd want to hear from. But other than that, you're a liar. You're just a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. Isn't that one of his words? You're a liar. Good man to those ladies and that guy over there is the really flamboyant, effeminate man. That's the only good man to them. That's the only good man they'd want to hear from. But other than that, you're a liar. You're just a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. Isn't that one of his words? You're a liar.
You know what I'm saying? I got a little razzle dazzle. It's all right. My name is Money Mike Player. How you doing? All right then. Don't squeeze hard. All right, what's happening?
Now, now I'm gonna show y'all. This is just so y'all know this. Now, I want to be. This is the thing. Let me get full in all honesty. I have a problem as a man, as a misogynistic man. I've always grappled with doing things that I deem to be feminine, right? Certain things, like I've talked about this before, but I used to wear skinny jeans, and I remember like even me buying them, I felt more free. Like the first day I bought them, I was like, yeah, I put them on. I just liked it. I was like, that's cool. And I should have known from then that like I should have been on that path, but I wasn't. I didn't know what it was. Nah, not like I've always washed my ass. What the fuck? Yeah, see, look exactly what I'm talking about. Rick, like, oh, skinny jeans? Yeah, skinny jeans. See what I'm saying? Some men are so homophobic and they can't even wear skinny jeans in peace, right? But I put on my skinny jeans or whatever the case may be. And I put on, and when you wear skinny jeans, you got to wear tight clothes too, right? You got to wear tight shirts and, all that stuff. So I did that, you know what I'm saying? But it was, at the time I definitely had to like unpack some shit even to do what I did, but I didn't go deep enough, right? I wear fucking jerseys and I got a lot of different styles. I don't have one particular style, but so but I wear jerseys and I wear hats and you know what I'm saying? I watch sports and all these things, and in so many ways I am a stereotypical man in so many ways, right? But I've been trying to like undo that, obviously. Like that's what my whole, you know what I mean? Like I'm on that path. I'm on that journey. I'm trying to undo that shit. So to hear a man say, I'm super effeminate, I'm like, where? And that's not a knock on femininity at all. Y'all know that's not, I'm not even worried about that shit. But I'm just like, where? Like, where are you getting that from? Because I feel like I'm getting my ass kicked out here. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm like still struggling with a lot of stuff to get over it and to unpack it. So to hear a man tell me I'm super effeminate when I'm like, I feel like I'm like homophobic. I feel like I'm misogynistic. You know what I mean? Like, and maybe that could be me like being extra hard on myself. You know what I mean? That could be that. I don't know. But there's things there, and I'm still working through it. So when people say that about me, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. But to hear a man like that, you know, this is the man that was saying that I'm effeminate. Now, I don't know if he knows what the word means. I don't know. And I don't think this is a bad look. I think this is cool. I ain't got nothing against that man for dressing like that. I don't got nothing against his chains, his glasses, I don't got nothing. There's nothing. I think this is a good look for him. But to me, it has to be pure projection, right? Because look at me like on some real shit. Look, I'm effeminate. Where? That's crazy. Like, of all the like every single time these dudes say something, they literally say the thing that they're struggling. They like it's them. The call's always coming from inside the house. It's never me. That's why when people ask me why don't I be getting mad at these dudes, I don't never get mad because it's not me. And if it was me, I would just deal with it. If it was me, cool. I'm good. Yeah, I got crop top blouses. Yep, I wear that shit too. I have looks where I look like this. You see what I'm saying? I got some shit. I could pull some shit out the closet. I got some sheer shirts. I got some sheer shirts. I got some crop tops. I got some, you know what I'm saying? I got that shit. My chest be out. You know what I'm saying? It don't bother me, but I don't go around trying to shame other men for it. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the only thing that I find odd. It's not that men dress like that. It's that the men that to hear a man who dresses like this and looks like this try to call me feminine. Like, I'm just not understanding it. I'm not following. I'm not tracking very well. I'm not getting it. I'm not understanding. Like this is diabolical. This is very diabolical. The call is coming from inside the house. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is crazy. You have to not be a well person to make these comments. And the whole time you
The
look
only
like
good man to those ladies and that guy over there is the really flamboyant, effeminate man. That's the only good man to them. That's the only good man they'd want to hear from. But other than that, you're a liar. You're just a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. Isn't that one of his words? You're a liar.
You know what I'm saying? I got a little razzle dazzle. It's all right. My name is Money Mike Player. How you doing? All right then. Don't squeeze hard.
you are indeed the liar. What do you want me to do? Y'all make this shit, it's too easy. It is too easy. They're making up every excuse in the world as to why, instead of just accepting the fact that it's you, it's like the reason why the women don't like you the way that you like. You obviously want women to like you, right? You want a certain type of attention from women. Obviously. Right? Is that not obvious? He wants a certain type of attention. He wants a certain type of attention from women. I don't. He thinks I'm getting that attention, so he's mad. I don't even care. But instead of him trying to understand like what is really going on, why do so many women gravitate towards his platform? He instead of him going, oh, it's his message, he goes, oh, it's the effeminate this, it's they just the nigga, it just I just be over here kicking real shit, bro. That's what they like. They like the real shit, bro. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Why? How is that so hard for you? Why is that so hard for y'all to understand when y'all go around every day calling y'allself real niggas? If you call yourself a real nigga, how you don't understand that people just gravitate towards real shit? That's the easiest shit. That's it. Like, I like real shit. I fucks with real shit. I fucks with real people. I eat real food. I listen to real music. You know what I'm saying? I watch real like that's the shit I be on. It should not fucking, it ain't rocket science. Y'all, they making it out to be everything but what it is. I done heard every excuse in the book other than, oh, they just like his message. Maybe he's actually saying something that's right. They say, I'm lying to them, which is weird. How can I lie? I can't. Once again, you guys think I can get, I'm not smart enough nor interested enough in gaslighting tens of thousands of people. I'm not. At this point, millions of people have seen my post. I'm not interested in gaslighting millions of people. I'm not. That's not my thing. I don't even think I could do it if I tried. That's what these dudes don't understand. I don't have that hubris. I don't think that I could. I would never say something as bold as this man said about me while posting shit like this. That is a level of gaslighting that like you have to be delusional to do that. Like you didn't think we would, this ain't hidden, this on your page, bro. I didn't even show y'all the other pictures that he got because I don't want to do that. But to have naked when he like think Tupac in a bathtub with all the jewelry on his crotch. He got to be, mind you, this man don't got an ab or a muscle in sight. He got the audacity to be doing all of this flabby at the same time. And I'm just saying, if we judging, let's judge. All I'm saying is, if you gon' do that, you know what I'm saying? Just tighten up. You got biddies, and you short with biddies, no six pack. You not cute enough for this, fam. You not. But I love it for you though. No, not. I don't. Hey, like I said, I dig the look. I dig the look. Okay. I just want you to know that I digs the look, brother, man. Okay. You're not gonna find me shaming you over here. I'm not gonna shame you for being effeminate. That's not what I would do. I will, however, shame you for having your shirt unbuttoned and not having no chesticles. Like you gotta this cut gotta be there, brother. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need you to work on that. I need that division. I'm gonna need that cup lift. You know what I'm saying? If your titties don't bounce, if you can't make them wiggle and jiggle, don't do that. Keep your shirt on. If your abs ain't defined, keep your shirt on. It's crazy. Your torso small, your legs is long, your shit all off. Like you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But all I'm
real quick,
go ahead.
I just wanted to add too that this is also the guy that posts lives and posts pictures of little baby girls on his background of his lives so that grown men and women can come in and critique the outfits of the little baby girls. And when I say little baby girls, I mean literally little baby girls.
I was in there in that live in at least one, no, two of them.
Multiple times.
I was in two of them. Yeah, I was in two of them. Little baby girl, with the baby hair slicked down and everything, looking cute like a little baby girl. He up in here like, is this how you want your daughter to? I was like, nigga, if you don't take that fucking little girl picture down.
And the little like tight
little crop,
shorts,
little
yep. She got a diaper on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, babies.
Yep. That's that guy. And they and to act like it's not you, it's me. That's the wildest shit. I would never understand that. He be acting like it's not. I'm like, you did this to yourself. You did it to yourself, bro. And I ain't got, like I said, when it comes to the look and all of that stuff, hey man, do your thing, Mr. Blue Hearts. Mr. Blue Hearts, do your thing. I'm rooting for you, bro. I'm rooting for you when it comes to that. I ain't, like I said, I hope to one day, be as free as you are. I hope to one day to be as free as you are. There's a church right there, baby. One of these days, I'm hoping that I too, you know, I got the look. I got the outfits. I just ain't wore them yet. I'm still building up in my mind to wear the halter top, to wear the crop top. I'm sorry, not the halter top. I'm still building up in my mind. I got the crop that come up here. I ain't wore it yet. I'm still wrapping my brain around it. You know what I'm saying? My boy though, he free as a bird. And I'm fucking with him for that. I painted my nails. That shit was like, cool. You know what I'm saying? I was like, cool. Got you. Bet. Now I'm slowly building up. I'm building my courage up. But I look at Mr. Blue as an inspiration when it comes to femininity. He's very feminine. And he's comfortable in his, I won't say he's comfortable in his masculinity when it comes to that. I will say, and that's no joke. No shade, no tea. He is more comfortable than I am in that. So I just was trying to figure out where did that come, like where did that assault on me come from? Like I was like, where's that at? What do you mean? So yeah, you's a liar, bro. I'm gonna tell you that. You a liar. If you guys want to, you can send this out to Mr. Blue. I don't like, yeah. I didn't know me painting my nails was gonna offend so many dudes, right? Nah, that's a lie. Cause I remember the night when I said I was gonna do it, that dude was pissed off. Like he was in there throwing a hissy fit. And I was like, I'm gonna paint my nails because y'all really be upset. They post the tag to encourage people harassing children. Well, what tag? What tag is that, Cash? Anyways, Blue challenges the gender norms. He does, though. He challenges gender norms. Oh, that's what's up, Rob. They better not say shit either. Shit. Just make sure they type the username of the kids. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Wow. The username of the kids they post? Might as well. Appreciate you, Jazz. But anyways, we on the bigger and better things. Just so y'all know, I don't know if you guys can see that at the top. This is sub prompt. This is from my a follower. We have multiple followers send in some ideas for prompts. Doxing kids is nasty work. They sent in some prompts. We voted on it this weekend. This is the one that you guys all chose. So we're running it today. I think this is a great one. Men can't vet men because we have the same behaviors. And then what are the red flags that men want women to look out for? If you do think you can vet a man, what red flags do you think a man should be that women should be looking out for? That's what we want to know. That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of today. I personally think men are trash at vetting. Definitely report him, Samantha, if you see that shit. Absolutely. But like I said, I think men are garbage at reporting at vetting men. I think we're trash, right? I said this the other day. The only time men see anything, the only chance a man has to see anything is when the man, it like like if you're around a group of men and then the women aren't there and you can observe, like I've seen dudes cheat on their girlfriends, you know, at the club. Like their girl isn't there and then they kiss a girl at the club or whatever the case may be, right? I've seen that before. You know, I've seen dudes get girls' numbers, you know, whatever the case may be. I've heard men say crazy shit about women when they girls wasn't there, when women weren't around in general. They start, you know, they say one thing but when they get in front of women, they say different stuff. No doubt about it, right? But outside of that, how do you vet men as a man? Like where is all of this vetting prowess coming from for men? I'm not seeing it. What up, friend? What's good with it?
Yeah. Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Men can't vet men. You're absolutely right. Because I remember when we were younger, where you would be sitting around, you might have a girl that you're talking to, right? Mm-hmm. Want to get in a relationship with it, whatever. And then you will be like, well, I got a homeboy. Do you got somebody for him? And you don't care nothing about how that homeboy is. You're really just trying to relate to that woman. Mm-hmm. So a man would be, he'll just put any of his friends and hook them up with anybody else. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They don't care as long as it gets them to their ultimate goal. Men, we're looking for our ultimate goal, which is to get some draws or whatever. Yeah. You know what I mean? And if it means I gotta have a homeboy for his homegirl, you won't care. You'll grab any homeboy. Yep. You're not betting nothing. You're not worried about, is this the best guy that I could take with me, or a guy that I can look up to, or that has the qualities that any woman would be glad to have in a man. Mm-hmm. You're not thinking about that. You're thinking pragmatically. Mm-hmm. You're just thinking so we need a body there. Right. Mm-hmm. Half of us, we can't vet guys. We have fake friends anyway. Yep. Where we don't vet men, and then we kind of ignore certain things about them, and you know, we don't really like people in general. So to say that to vet someone takes a certain amount of attentiveness, a certain amount of care, and a certain type of virtue and value set that most men don't even care about having. Mm-hmm. So I would say that by and large, men do not vet well. Yep, you're exactly right too. We don't vet our own friends well. We be having snakes in our own circle. And when I say that, we got friends who be abusing their girls, cheating on their girls, but that'll be your homeboy. We got deadbeat daddies in our circles. We got motherfuckers that be at home touching on little kids. And you may not know that, but they do that. And if you were so good at vetting, how didn't you know? Exactly. It's the same thing with SA and women. All of a sudden, women are under attack in America, or any basically situation where there's a bunch of men. We all have this circle of friends. Somehow, some way, you ask any man, it's never a guy in their circle of friends. Mm-hmm. You just don't know the guys that are doing it, period. They are in your circle. They are your regular friends, acquaintances, people you shake hands with. You can't tell the difference. I don't know why men tell women to pick better. You don't know. You would not know how to pick if you were in the same situation that woman was in. You don't know. So it's just foolishness to think that a man, if you're a woman, you're listening on here, a man cannot set you up with a man. Hell no. We the worst. Not gonna happen. Do not take advice from a man on who you should date. That shit is crazy. They know that already. But thank goodness. Hey y'all, I'll be right back. I gotta help my son. Go ahead, V.
Hey y'all, yeah, I love this topic. Oh my God, this is something I've always said. Like, first of all, y'all act like just pick any man and vet him. What you mean? He's got to be a good man for me to trust his word on another man. Like that. Let's get past that part. Like, it's not like I could just find any old man in my family. Some of the men in my family suck ass too. So why would I, just because he's a guy, he's gonna tell me about another guy, whether he's good or not for me? Like, no. Then I gotta find, it's gotta be the right type of man that has my best interest. And to be honest with you, vetting used to be, you sit down with this man, he's most likely it's your father, you know, or maybe an uncle, something like a father figure, and he's asking him literally, what are your intentions with my daughter? You know, what do you do for work? What do you do? Like, that's real vetting versus, y'all just hanging out at the barbecue, chumming it up like bed and just chilling. discernment, because of my knowledge, because of my wisdom, because of everything that I've gathered from being the one who has gone through enough turmoil with men to know that what that kind of man looks like now. You know, what he sounds like. The first thing he says out his mouth, I'll know if it's a red flag or not. That was my experience, is my vetting process. It ain't no other man to do that. Like, I don't even trust y'all. Why would I get another man to try to tell me about this one man? Like, stop.
Exactly. It's easier for a man to lie to another man, too, because the woman is evaluating the man and trying to see if he's a liar or if he's lying. A man, you can give him a simple explanation because he doesn't have as much invested in it. He's not going to be the one in a relationship with that other man. So you can tell him anything and he's like, okay, that checks out. That's cool. That's what's up. You're
absolutely.
So
yeah.
You can
and a man who's determined to put on a facade, like this is what he does. He is determined to put on this false identity. He's not about to drop it because he feels comfortable around the men in your world at the cookout. Like he's not about to drop that mask because, oh good, I'm around men, I can be myself. Like, no, he is going to play that role through and through until he achieves what he wants. That's what dedication is. You know what I'm saying? That's what determination is. So yeah, and y'all can't see past masks a lot of times. You don't see past masks. Y'all don't care to see the deeper levels of somebody. Women do, for the most part. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, a lot of times us women, we will lie to ourselves. We see this man, he seems great. He's good looking, looks good on paper and all of that. I want him to fit my fantasy. So I'm going to lie and ignore all the red flags because he comes close enough to fulfilling the fantasy of a man that I want. Like that, right. That's where it looks like we need to vet. No, we don't need to vet. We need to stop lying to ourselves because we knew this man wasn't no good. We saw it so many times, but we lied because, oh God, it's just, he's so close to fitting my fantasy though. I just want that to happen so bad.
Or you believe the lies because me as a man, or growing up as a young man, I would never say to my friend, oh, I won't hook you up with a girl that I know because you have a girl already. Or I don't use the same standards in vetting if a guy is a good guy. I don't use the same standards. So I'm thinking he passes my bar. He's a good guy. I would tell you he's a good guy, knowing dang well that to a woman, he's not good. And so I actually help perpetuate the lies and reinforce the lies that he's going to tell you. Because I want to say, I hooked you guys up. I don't know what their motive is. Usually just to get what you want out the deal some kind of way. You know what I mean? So men will lie to get in relationships, lie to stay in relationships. And then a lot of times they have friends that will perpetuate those lies. And you know, even if they call themselves the friend of the woman that they're in a relationship with.
Honestly, it's fun for me to detect the lies. Like, it's fun. I damn near look for it because it's so easy for me to do that now. You know what I'm saying? And I find so much thrill and joy in shutting down their ego. I always say they have an ego death when they come over here to me. You're not going to have a boost. You're going to have ego unalive, man. Because, baby, I'm so not her. I'm going to crush it immediately. Like, you just can't play that role. I remember super quickly anecdotal thing. I was seeing a guy. We were in the talking phase, and he slipped up, right? I guess he let his mask off a little bit, because that's what I do. I get you comfortable enough to get your mask off, and then I get to see who I'm really dealing with. So he took his mask off and said something like, yeah, like all my friends, they all cheat on their wives. Oh, he was telling me why he's not a fan of marriage. That's it. And all my friends, they cheat on their wives, like this, that, and the third. And I'm just like, but here you also are trying to convince me that you're a good man, that you are, a man that's gonna be loyal and faithful to his wife. But you hanging out, your group of friends are cheaters. And you're telling me that, and I'm supposed to be like, oh, you're the one out of the group of friends that would be loyal and faithful. Oh, this is great. Like, man, there's nothing more insulting than you insulting my intelligence. Oh, my God, that drives me wild.
Yep. All right. Let me see. Somebody send me something. Okay. Hey y'all, I got some people in the queue. I'm gonna rotate real quick, and then I appreciate y'all coming up though.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. Thanks, you guys. So here's the thing, man. I missed a lot of that, but I got the gist of it, especially on the end. Yeah, a lot of dudes be just lying to maintain a relationship, and we lie to get into the relationship often. So we all know that. But I think the problem is that we just don't at this point we just don't want to accept that it has nothing to do with women not being able to detect these red flags. I mean, it's just not. It has nothing to do with it. It's not about detecting the red flag. And I would say that for a woman too. Like, I mean, I would say that vice versa too. Like, if a man's in a relationship with a woman who didn't, she was like cool when they met. She was cool when they met, and they was having a great time, and now they've been dating, and now they're in a relationship or whatever. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then she started acting different. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you want? I'm not gonna blame him. Like, she started acting different. I'm like, she flipped this way. I've seen that happen too. I told y'all. Now, I had a friend who was married, who was with this woman, and prior to them getting married, apparently, she had a whole box full of X toys, right? Smex toys. And then they got married, and she like almost bragged about it. She was like, "Oh yeah, I threw away my box of Smex toys. We don't need those anymore now that we're married." And I was like, me and my wife looked at each other like, you threw away the Smex toys after you got married? Like, like what are you talking about? We didn't understand that. It was very confusing for us. But in her mind, she was like, we're married now. I don't have to do that anymore. We're married. That was what she was saying. And I was like, oh, interesting. But my boy, for whatever reason, that's between him and her. I'm not trying to break up that, you know what I mean? Like, he cool with it. They married still. They happy and shit like that. But I'm just saying, like, if you were like that before and now you're not, and mind you, and before y'all, the homie is like, he is a great example of a husband in my mind, right? He's actually one of the rarest people I've ever seen. He does the majority of the domestic labor. He takes care of the their kids the most, like all of that stuff, right? She's the breadwinner, and he's he does the domestic labor. But yeah, when that happened, I was like, that's weird, you know what I mean? But I couldn't believe it. I was like, that's crazy, but to each their own. But if somebody does that, if you're with a woman for 3 or 4 years, you guys get married, and then she throws out her Smex toys, and the Smex becomes different, right? I'm not saying that's abuse or nothing like that, but yeah, like if she was just doing that to get you, that's a form of manipulation, no doubt about it. You see something that, like, oh, that's crazy. Like, I don't like that or whatever. That's a conversation you can have with her and be like, yeah, I don't like that. And, like, what happened before, and how did we get here, and yada, yada, yada. And, but she said it openly. That's the thing that got me. She said it like, duh, like, that's what you're supposed to do after you get married is like, stop having spicy Smex. Like, me and my wife was like, that's when you turn up. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you get married is when you be like, yeah, we gonna make this thing last. So, let's go out and do what we do. So we thought it was odd. So like I said, people can change. There's manipulators out there that do, use different tactics of manipulation or whatever the case may be. And I would never, that would be weird for me to turn around and blame my boy. Like, how you didn't know she was gonna get married to you and then stop getting freaky with you, my guy? Like, how would he know that? How would I blame him for that? That's wild. That doesn't make sense. And I wanted to tell that story specifically for the guys, because the guys be really acting like we don't understand. Like we don't understand that people change in relationships. We don't understand that people have ulterior motives, you know, when they get into relationships or whatever. And they do certain things. Like one of the things that I hear people say, and I don't know if this is just some internet shit, because I've never experienced it personally, but that whole like I'm not doing wifey stuff until I'm a wife. I'm not doing husbandly stuff until I'm a husband. Like I don't understand that. You know what I mean? Like I've never understood that personally. I've never understood that. You know, I'm saying you're in a committed relationship already. Like, what are you holding back? You mean to tell me there's like more and you're like not giving it to me? Like that's just like, what are you doing? Is that a form of manipulation? Like you're not going to do it until I put a ring on, you know what I mean? Like it's just weird. Like you just don't know what people really, what type of time really be on, you know? And I just think that is I think that it's such a terrible look for men specifically to like try to act like, because what I'm saying is if I told this story if I was up here saying like I said, told that story about my boy, and I was talking about how men can't vet women and all of that stuff, the fellas are being here like, yep, I agree. I know without a doubt. You know what I mean? But when we have this discussion from men vetting other men, and the reason why we're having the discussion from this standpoint is I've never heard a woman shame. I've never heard a man shame a man for his woman, for the behavior of his woman. I really haven't. Like, I'm not saying it's never happened. I just have never heard it. I've never heard men shame. Like, if you get with the woman and she cheats on you, I never heard the homies be like, you should have vetted better. Like, they don't ever, what they say is, oh, that's how women are. Yep, that's how these bras is nowadays. That's how these chicks is now. Like, that's what they do. They instantly revert to like bashing her, as they should, which is fine, but they also attach her to the whole group of women at, you know what I'm saying, at the same time. Like if one woman cheats on a man, now all of a sudden all women are cheaters. Right? Like all women do this all the time. Like that's the thing, right? But in reverse, when men dog women out, the men and the women are like, yeah, man, I didn't see it coming. You know, I didn't know my baby daddy was completely different when I met him. My husband was completely different when I met him, or whatever the case may be. They don't hear that. They just turn around and go, you should have chose better. You should have vetted better. That's the mean, you know, that's a da-da-da-da-da. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why we're having a discussion from this perspective, because I haven't seen it the other way. I haven't. And like I said, I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure it's happened. By the way, I take that back. I have seen it the other way. I've done it in this live, but I'm being facetious. Don't get me wrong. I'm being facetious. When I'm doing it to the men, I'm being facetious. When they get up here and they get to complaining, because they like to come in here when we're talking about the issues we're talking about, they like to come in here and to derail the conversation, they'll interject their own anecdotal experiences, and be like, oh yeah, this is what women, y'all really missing it, because this is what women are really like, because this happened to me. And then I'll say, nah, you just chose wrong. That's just the women. You know, you should have chosen better. Right? Definitely. I've done that in here. I do that to those men, no doubt about it. So I take that back. I've done it to them in this space. I was really speaking in real life. I've never seen it happily. I've never seen it play out. It's rare. Now I give grace for first timers, but second is on you. I don't know what that means. You shame the homeboy and you ain't seen him in 10 years? Yeah, because men don't do that to other men, Rick. You broke bro code. You proving my point. You did it. You just said, I did it to my homeboy and I ain't seen him in 10 years. Why do you think that is? Why do you think you were not able to tell your bro to choose better and he messed up and he stay around and take that and take some accountability? Why do you think that was? Because men aren't used to that. You would be like that's rare. Men don't ever tell men it's their fault. Now, once again, I'm not shaming. That's not me. If your girl cheats on you, I'm not gonna turn around and be like, but bro, you took her back. Like, if somebody takes a person back for cheating, and whatever the two people are doing, if the one person if the cheater says, I'm sorry, apologizes, and makes these attempts to change and grow. Let's say they go to therapy, whatever they got to do, they do it, right? And then they turn around and cheat again. I'm not going to blame the other person and be like, why'd you take them back? I'm not going to do that. Because you having faith in a person's ability to grow and be a better person is not the problem here. That's not the issue. Right? That's not the issue. The issue isn't that you saw something in another like that can't be the issue, right? Are we shaming people for giving people grace to grow and room to grow? Like I don't know if I'm willing to do that. I think that's weird. Right? And then once again, if you flip that around, the same people I'm sure will be on some like, oh, but nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. Right? So if we all make mistakes and nobody's perfect, then why are you shaming people for giving people room to grow? Whatever you can tolerate, that's for you. That's for you to decide. I don't know what you can tolerate. If somebody cheated on me, I'm leaving. If somebody cheated on you and you want to stay, I'm not going to shame you for that. If like, yeah, I wouldn't work that job, but you work that job, I'm not going to shame you for working that job. That's wild. That's crazy. I don't get it. The job got to be worked. Somebody got to work it. I'm not going to be like, oh, you're working at McDonald's? Get a look at him on fries. Like, I'm not shaming you for that shit. Get your money. I'm not going to shame a person for seeing good in another human being. I think that's problematic. But the only reason y'all do that is because you don't want men to take accountability for the shit men be doing. That's the only logical explanation for that. Why would you want to shame a person for it? That doesn't make sense. Why would you shame a person for that? How much sense does that make? Oh, I saw the good in a person. I gave the person room to grow, and they let me down. Also, people who nobody lets people trick them. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. The only people that I let trick me are my kids.
No, so can you?
Yeah.
So when I say you can't keep letting people trick you, let's say the dude cheats once, right?
Mm-hmm.
Give him a chance, and he cheats again. I know my phone's low. And he keeps cheating like he's done it 7, 8, 9, 10 times. At some point in time, you got to stop.
I mean, if we go into the most extreme examples that happens to the 1% of people, then fine.
Yeah, like I'm not saying it happens often, but like, for example, if my wife were to, I don't know, God forbid my wife cheated.
Yeah.
Hopefully that I would give her another chance because nobody's perfect. Like we're married, we got a kid. It would be worth it to me to stick in the relationship and try to make sure that it wasn't something I did. It was like to make sure that there's a way forward, right?
Mm.
But if I give her a chance and then she comes back and keeps doing it, at some point in time, I think it would be my responsibility to protect myself instead of just being like, I can't believe you did it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with. I agree.
There has to be some level of personal responsibility, and I think what dudes get confused is that they think that the women are, let's say, the women come here and say that a dude put their hands on them, right?
Okay.
They think that oftentimes the women are just keep running back and running back and running back, not realizing that a lot of times they don't have any other places to go.
Uh-huh.
So for dudes, because for us, if somebody's hitting me, I'm just gonna leave. But people don't realize that people can't always do that, which is where the shaming comes in. Because it's like, yo, you can leave, but people don't understand that some people just can't. So like that's where all the confusion comes in, because people aren't communicating properly to know like, yo, yes, that person shouldn't have put his hands on you. If you don't have a place to go, you need to come up with a way to get you protected. But if you're gonna keep going back, I can't help you.
You mean from the women's perspective? From the woman's perspective?
From anybody's perspective. If I have a homeboy whose wife keeps cheating on him, and I tell him like, bro, you need to pick better. You need to pick better. You need to pick better. Like, stop dealing with her. Stop. And you keep going back, that's on you, brother. I can't take responsibility for that. And I'm not even going to blame her for it because you keep allowing her to do it to you.
See? And that's where it gets really stupid. Because, of course, it's her fault that she keeps cheating. Of course.
So I understand it's her fault, but if you're going to keep letting her do it, at some point in time, I got to start looking at you.
How do you let a person cheat on you? That doesn't make sense. Nobody is letting it happen. They are doing, that's the whole point of, if you let somebody cheat on you, they're not cheating. You know what I'm saying? They're not cheating. You're letting them do it.
I get the word, the grammar. But if you keep taking this person back and they keep doing it, at some point in time, I'm going to look at you. Like, come on, bro.
No, that's Rick. I think where it is okay to wonder if a person is all the way there, if they just keep allowing a person to abuse them and they can leave, right? Like, they can leave, it's not like a dangerous situation, whatever the case may be. There's definitely like, you can have that conversation with your homie and be like, hey, I don't know, what's going on, you know what I'm saying? Whatever though, right? Like that's fine. But to blame them when the other person is the one that's abusing them is wild. And under no circumstances is that ever acceptable. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so maybe blame is a strong word, but like personal responsibility has to come into it. Like,
look, hold on, wait, real quick. Like this, if the homie keeps coming to you and crying to you about it, and you're like, yo, I've already given you all the advice I can give you. You're clearly not listening. I don't want to talk about it anymore because I don't want to be your emotional outlet. As the friend, you have the right to do that. I don't think you're wrong for doing that at all. See what I'm saying? Like I'm completely okay with that.
Okay, because like, bro, my homeboy I was telling you about, I don't know if you know what go-go is. It's like a thing out here. It's like a
go-go, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Go-go band wrote a song about his girl, and that's what actually ended up doing it. Like, bro, we've been telling you, we've been trying to help you. Why did it take, like, I ain't seen this dude in 10 years, but like, what frustrates me is that I be genuinely trying to help, and I feel like people are, because they have strong feelings for somebody, they're not heeding the warnings.
Yeah.
And then being upset about it. It's like, fam, I have empathy, but if I keep telling you the same thing over and over and over and over again, and you keep doing it, at some point in time, like, bro, it's on you. And I don't want to use blame is a strong word because that's your right. If somebody's abusing you, that's never your fault.
Mm-hmm.
You have an outlet, bro. You have to go. Like, at some point in time, you have to like take a stand. So that's it.
Yeah, I agree. I'm
sorry.
No, I was saying I agree. I don't think that, like I said, if you're giving advice or trying to help your friend, of course you're gonna tell them like, man, you got to stand up for yourself. You got to protect yourself. Of course, you're just looking out for your homie. That's completely different. But most of the time in these scenarios, the people, when we're having these discussions, the men especially, that's not what they're doing to the women. They're just trying to say it's the woman's fault as to take the responsibility off of men. And that's where I draw the line. Let me read the super chat real quick. Midnight Snack says, if men were good at vetting, they wouldn't have fallen for the grift that is the manosphere. Kevin Samuels, Andrew Tate, and or any red pillar. Exactly. Yep. Say it again.
I think all the red pill stuff is just from hurt dudes. That's not necessarily a vetting issue. That's hurt people looking for something that speaks to them. I don't necessarily think that's like not vetting. I think that's somebody's telling you something that makes you feel good in the moment because you're hurt about something.
These men aren't hurt.
Who's not hurt?
Most red pillars aren't hurt. They weren't hurt by anybody.
I don't think so, because you wouldn't be that mad if you wasn't hurt.
That's not true.
Maybe I'm confused.
Yeah, you're very confused about where the red pill movement and where the whole ideology comes from. It ain't from a bunch of bitter men who were hurt by a woman. That's not.
I'm not even saying they're necessarily hurt by women. Like in America today, like it's harder for men to be quote unquote men because women can work. Wages are not keeping up with the cost of living. So dudes are like they feel disenfranchised, so they're running for something that like speaks to them. I'm not necessarily going to call that like not proper vetting. They're just looking for something that makes them feel good. Like, but if you're saying they're not hurting, they're just doing, then that's just some other stuff they might like need to get therapy for. But I would figure that all real dudes out here be like a girl did something to them and now they angry, or life's not working out for them, now they angry. I don't necessarily think that's a vetting issue. I think that's just somebody looking for outlet.
I know. Okay. Rick, have you the things I've heard you say about women are align a lot with the red pill ideology. Whether you identify as a red pillar or not is irrelevant, but the things you say identify it aligns with their ideology, right? And you're a married man. You see what I'm saying? Like, so that's not what it is. It's not coming from like red pillars aren't reacting to women. That's not what's going on. Red pill, I mean, they're not directly reacting to women. It's not stuff that women are doing directly to them, if anything. It's what, like you were alluding to, it's that like they don't have access to as many women, or they don't have access to the women that they want, right? But that's just a part of it. Another part of misogyny, aka red pill ideology, aka the patriarchy, is, which this is what the patriarchy is all about. It's all about hoarding resources and stealing the labor of women. So when you look at it through that lens, that's where you will find a bunch of men saying stuff about women, right? As a way to oppress women, to keep them down, or whatever the case may be. And you could be a married man, you could have kids already, you can have money, you could be rich, you could be poor. It doesn't matter. The point of it is we need to figure out a way to keep oppressing these women, right? So like when you like, go ahead. I'll go ahead.
You think I oppress women? You think I don't like women, bro?
I don't think you like women. And like I said, it's a scale. I don't think you are as extreme as like Andrew Tate, obviously. I don't think you're there, but you're definitely on the scale, without a doubt.
Okay, so respectfully, the definition of patriarchy and misogyny, wouldn't every man be on the scale in some way, shape, or form?
Exactly.
All right, so okay, so
exactly.
If a man is having let me get my thought.
Yep.
With the red pill, because I don't agree with a lot of the ideology. I just understand where they're coming from. Like, in my opinion, I feel like if everybody took the time, like when Share 7 and all the divestors say some of the stuff they say, I don't agree with it, but I understand where they're coming from.
Share 7 ain't a divestor.
I'm hoping her in, but I know she's not a divestor.
Oh, okay.
Like when they say some of the stuff they say, I don't agree with it, but I understand where they're coming from.
Okay.
I just want people to be able to be honest and be like, okay, I can see where you're coming from, instead of just saying, you just mad because you don't get no, come on, fam. Can you at least give the man the decency and say, all right, I see where you're coming from? A lot of times.
Wait, who are we talking about? You talking about you see where the women are, the divestors are coming from, or you see where the red pillars are coming from?
Both parties are coming from.
Okay.
So like when I get on these lives and talk to the dudes who like really, really hate women, bro, it's not that deep, dog. Like, just hear them out and hear where they're coming from. If a woman says, yo, I don't feel safe with this particular man, instead of saying, yo, you should investigate the saying. So just ask why. Why don't you feel safe by this, by that? I don't understand the constant like, yo, shut up, Just ask questions, man.
Okay, but what is that? I don't know if that absolves you or any other man of being misogynistic, right? And I don't compare divestors to red pill men, because divestors don't hate men.
Some of them do.
No. Well, no, because that's not the definition. Divestors are specific. Divestors, that the way that most people think of divestors, I would say, is it's black women leaving black men. they're not leaving men, they're leaving black men.
No, so this is what I mean. The things that they say, even though I don't agree with a lot of them, I can at least be human enough to go, okay, I see why you might feel that way. Like, if y'all say, because I can acknowledge that, a lot of black dudes do harm. Not all of us, not even most of us, but it's enough to where it needs to be spoken about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I said, shut up, I would just go, I think you're a bit extreme. You should just look in other places. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, with the red pill things, it's the same thing. Like, I understand why you are upset. It's your reaction to what's happening that's the problem.
Why are red pillars upset? What are they upset with?
That's it. They don't have the access that they want.
Okay.
You would be upset that the chick you want don't want you. I get that.
What up, villain?
Like, don't be like mean about it, but I can get why you would be upset. I understand.
You would understand why a man would be upset at that? Why would that be understandable?
That's because rejection doesn't feel good. At all.
It's not, but it doesn't have to result in you trying to actively hurt a group of people either.
That's what I said at the beginning. I said it's the reaction to it that I have an issue with. Like, I understand why you're upset, but then using that upsetness to try to like push down on people is the issue.
Yeah, so you don't, that's what I'm saying. Then you don't understand. And when I say that, I'm saying, when you say, like, here's what I'm saying. I understand divestors, right? I don't agree with the logic behind it because I know that men are men are men are men. Black men, white men, whatever. But I do, but also, which I haven't done this yet, but the numbers would say otherwise, right? Like, specifically when it comes to black men, we suck in relationships in this country. I'm not going to talk about black men in any other country. I don't know what the numbers are across the diaspora of black men. But black men in America, we seem to not be able to get along with anybody when it comes to women. We can't. We don't get along with black women. We don't get along with our preferences, quote unquote, right? That's what the numbers say. So if a group of black women is like, yo, I'm going to stay away from these Negro men until they figure it out. That I really do understand. I do. I wish I could make a better case for black men. I wish that I could stand up and say, like it's close enough to where I can make an argument. But if you go look up the numbers, especially like the divorce rate, it's not close. And the thing about the divorce rates is this: people got to understand the way that I look at divorce rates is they don't talk about divorces. You got to be married to be divorced, no doubt about it. So it doesn't actually reflect relationships, just regular relationships. But the way that I look at it is I'm like, if the divorce rate is this high for black men, then I know the breakup rate is freaking astronomical. You see what I'm saying? Like, whatever the divorce rate is, whatever's happening during divorce, I'm like, it's 10 times worse than a relationship. No doubt about it. Right? Because the people who get married are, they're typically more committed to one another. They're usually in better places financial. Like, you just look at married couples versus non-married, you know what I mean? So just think about it in that way, right? So you just think about like non-married couples. I'm like, oh, it's even worse in non-married couples. I know the abuse is even higher. I know that they're like, you can go across the board. I could just clock it every single time. I'm like, cool. So when I see black women saying, I want to divest from black men, that doesn't sound crazy. That doesn't sound crazy to me. Like, specifically black men, that doesn't sound crazy to me. I'm like, I want to make the argument, and I used to try to. I used to be like, yeah, men are bad, but really, when you start looking at the numbers, it's like a third of black men get married, even want to get married. Most white men are married. Most non-black men end up being married. Most, you know what I'm saying? Like the child abandonment issue, the financial abuse. Like, you just go down the line. You look at and then you look at the common denominator when it's like I said, black men with white women, trash. Black men with Asian women, not so good. Black men with black women, trash. What do you want the women? They're just making a calculated, like, at this point, it's a calculated, informed decision. So I'm not knocking them for that. When you flip that shit around though and try to, for the red pill shit, what are they mad at?
I think
Where is their point? Like, they don't have a fucking point. They were sold a bill of goods from these rich assholes, from these capitalists. They were told that they were going to have access to whatever women they want. All they got to do is give up their bodies, minds, and souls to the machine that is capitalism. They signed up for it. Come to find, then midway through the game, the capitalists switched the rules, gave women a little bit more autonomy, and now the women are running for the hills. And they're like, instead of them pleading, instead of them changing their own behavior and figuring out a different route, they're like mad at the system. They're like, hey, you guys promised a housewife, you guys promised a wife slave, and you didn't deliver. And then they're also spitting on their phones at the women for choosing better. who they love to tell choose better. So the women are choosing better, and now they're like, oh no, how dare you actually choose better? That's you see what I mean? Like one of them, like the things that women do, I actually do understand. And not because 99% of the things that women do to men, or however they view men, it is literally just I would say 100%, actually. I ain't gonna even say 90. I ain't gonna even leave the door open. 100% of the things that the way that men feel about women, the way that women feel about men is reactionary to how they're being treated by men. The same way, 100% why Black people feel the way that we do about any other group of people, specifically White people, is because of how we have been treated and how we continue to be treated by white people. We never had these views of white people before racism was invented. We didn't hate white people for the sake of being white. You see what I'm saying? Same thing for women. If men wasn't out here doing nothing to them, I don't think women would have a bother in the world with us. I don't think they would care. We would be fine. We could be best of friends.
I disagree a little bit, but I get where you're coming from. With the red pillars, the part where I disagree with you is that you said a lot of the red pillars are like married. I think the people who are following these red pillars are the dudes who are not getting what they want. Like that's my own argument. I just feel like they're mad because they're not getting what they want, which is why I understand where they're coming from.
Rick, you're missing the point. They were already mad before.
I don't think that though, bro. I don't think they was mad for no reason.
Rick, no, it's not for no reason. The reason is they were manipulated by the system. They were indoctrinated into the cult of man. We were born mad at women. We were born, you know what I'm saying? I don't mean it innately, but we were born mad at women at 2 years old, at 3 years old, at 7 years old, at 12, at 13, at 4. Like, we were already mad at women. We just, but by the time you get 20 years old, don't give that man an actual reason, quote unquote. And when I say reason, I'm saying don't let that man end up getting rejected. A lot of the reasons why that boy kept getting rejected is because of his hatred of women that women were clocking. You see what I'm saying? Women be picking up on that shit. Man, women be picking up on that shit. They really do.
I understand that, but I don't think that's true for all of them, bro.
I'm not saying all, fam. I'm talking about the most. I'm not saying all. I'm talking about the vast majority.
I think the vast majority of them are upset because they got rejected.
No. Because hold on. Let me read these super chats, and I will tell you how I know that ain't true at all. Nia X said he's got WHSD, women's hatred spectrum disorder. That's a new one. Put that in the what's that book called for mental health? Put that in that book. I like that. I'm trying
to get everybody on the same page. I don't hate you.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me read these. Tawana, appreciate you. She said, what is lacking is the knowledge of oneself and the understanding that we are all upholding the system of slavery. Absolutely. That's the disconnect right there. For sure. Birthing children and working jobs have removed us far away from our spirituality and the knowledge of ourselves as representations of God. The imbalance has made man a woman's enemy in the fight for resources and wealth. Yep. For sure. Mrs. Trueteller said, also, white single mothers are most likely to get married, 85%, meaning white men don't dehumanize single mothers like black men do. Damn, I ain't even clocked that. That's a little, let me add that little nugget.
I don't know about that one, because the white dudes be on the app talking about they don't want single mothers just as much as the black dudes. Where do you think the black dudes got it from?
But
I don't know about that one.
but Rick, they be marrying them. That's the like. I hear you, but they be marrying them though.
Like just
in general, whoever it is, you if the listen, hold on, Rick, hold on. Let me tell you real quick. So this is anecdotal, but I've seen this a lot, right? I could tell you, and we don't know for sure where it's coming from, but I'll tell you this without a doubt. So I have a friend who has been married for almost the same amount of time that I've been married, right? Over a decade, easily. Been with his wife for about 15, 16 years, similarly to me, right? Do you know that this man, I would say when I met him, I'm sorry. I've known him for years. I've known him for 20 years. But when we fell out of contact and we started doing business together about 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago now, 3 years ago, whatever. We used to hang out a lot. Like we were around each other a lot. We did a lot of events together, right? For weeks. We probably did 30, 40 events together. And we would have conversations. This married man, in that period of time, we would have discussions about our wives and how we viewed relationships and all of that stuff. He would tell me stuff like, he's a black man. He's married to a white teen woman. And he said, he didn't marry a black woman because when he was in high school, 40, same age, me, and 42 years old. He said when he was in high school, he observed black girls' behaviors and it turned him off. And I was so perplexed by that. And I challenged him and I was like, in high school? And he was like, yeah, that's just what I saw from them in high school. Now, he told me that. I told him that didn't make sense to me. He actually ended up agreeing with me. And like when we had the discussion, he was like, oh, I never thought about it. But let me tell you how we got there. Because he also told me that his mom, so his mom and his dad were together, but his mom and his dad ended up getting divorced. He told me, and I asked him, like, why'd they get divorced? And he said, because his mom was mean to his dad, and she would always be yelling at him and putting him down and all of this stuff. Once again, as a married man, I'm going, now, I'm not saying I know everybody's relationship, but if that woman was screaming at your dad, I'm sure your dad was fucking up. Now, as a child, it's easy for you to not see that because you don't know all the ins and outs. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what that man was doing and not doing, right? But your mama knew. And I told him that. I walked him through it and, whatever. And we ended up getting to the point where I tied that in with his assessment of black women. I was like, that's a wild take, right? And he told me in that time, he was like, damn, I never thought about it like that. Cool. This is the same man. We have we had dozens more discussions about this type of stuff. And by the end of all of these discussions, he would always be like, damn, I see your point, right? And I would be like, okay. But also simultaneously at that same time, I would be looking at what he was posting online. And he would be posting the most red pill rhetoric, red pill content I've ever seen anybody post. He also, in that period of time, got baptized and became a Christian. Now, this is not me shitting on my Christian folk. I'm just telling you what happened. I'm just telling the story but first he wasn't Christian. He's a married man, been married for over a decade. He got 5, 6 kids, right? In that span of time, I saw him increasingly become more and more hateful of women. And then he ended up getting baptized and being a Christian. And now he is full-blown red pill, like actively in the community as far as I'm concerned. One time he made a post. It was something about single baby mothers. And I hit him up and I was like, why do you as a married man care about single baby mothers? And his response to me was, F them bees. Right? So this is a married man. This dude is 6'6", 6'7". I got a few friends at 6'6". It's another one of my friends. So he's 6'6", I think. He's married. His wife is beautiful. He's gotten women. He's college educated. He has a degree. He makes good money. Like all the things you would think, like, why would he hate it? It's not from some rejection, sir. That's not what it is. You're not going to tell me that. That's not where it's coming from. You're trying to blame women again. You're removing the responsibility away from men, and you're trying to put it on women, Rick. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can't do that.
I'm not trying to put it on women. All I'm simply saying is I understand. If you've been rejected, I understand where it's coming. Why you would be upset.
That is not understandable.
Why you would be upset. I'm not saying you should be like angry, but I understand why you would like.
You are saying that. What, sir? Getting rejected is not a reasonable. Is not getting rejected and turning red pill is not a rational response to being rejected.
So that's what I'm saying. The response to it is the issue. Like, you're allowed to be upset when stuff doesn't go your way.
Why would you be upset?
That's a natural human reaction.
No, it's not. Upset?
When you're something you want that you don't get what you want?
Yes, I don't get upset. What are you talking about? I don't get upset when women reject me. That's weird. Why are you getting upset?
If you really like somebody and they do not like you back, I can understand why you would be upset about that. I'm just trying to look at this from a human perspective.
Sir.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with being like, yo, I'm a little upset about this. The reaction is the issue.
Sir, I'm not getting upset if a woman rejects me. I'm sorry. Not even when I was a kid was I getting upset when women rejected me. I had my homegirl on here, and we were talking about how when we were little kids, 10 years old, and she rejected me or whatever. I wasn't upset. I was sad. I was heartbroken. I was melancholy. I was not upset. I never was mad at her, ever.
Upset might be the wrong word.
Upset is definitely, no, but it's not the wrong word. It's the right word. You're right. You're right there. They do get upset. But you rationalizing them being upset is crazy to me. That's what I'm saying. That don't make no sense to me.
If you're sad, you're not upset?
No, I'm sad. See, men don't know. We don't I'm trying to tell you, dude, we gotta really hone them emotions. We gotta really lock in on them emotions, brother.
Upset, I mean anything outside of like happy.
That's not what upset is, brother.
I understand that the word means something specific, but I'm letting you know when I'm saying upset, I mean anything outside of happy. So angry, sad, depressed, like I don't think there's anything wrong. Like if your friend rejected, the girl who rejected you, I wouldn't say you would be wrong for being sad about it.
Being sad, no, being sad, I'm okay. Being sad, I'm being disappointed, perfectly understandable. Being upset, that word is one step away from being angry, and angry is one step away from being violent. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, maybe I'm using the wrong word. That's my fault. I'm using the wrong word.
No, but Rick, I want you to understand, you are using the right word because they do get upset, and that's the problem. You are using the right word. You're not, no, don't change it. You're using the right word. But you saying, oh, I understand why they got upset. To me, that's the wrong approach. That doesn't make sense. Why I would never understand why you would get upset for a woman. Now, look, let me give you a scenario so we can make it all even. You go up to a woman nicely, kindly, you ask for her, you want her number, you approach her, nicely, whatever the case may be, right? And then she go, you 5'6", you go a little short. I don't date men talk. You're not tall enough to ride the ride. She responds like that. Okay, I'm okay with you being angry at that. Perfectly understandable. No need to be disrespectful. I was just approaching you. I'm not even saying you gotta like reciprocate the energy to her. I'm just saying, like, in your mind, I totally understand you being angry or upset at that. You go up to a woman, hey, try to spark up a conversation. Oh, I'm married, actually. All right, babe. No, whatever. It's all good, boo. It's all good, lady. Whatever good little, we try to soften the blow a little bit. All right, Miss Thang, I'll see you later, sister girl. And you go away, right? Ain't nothing wrong with that. You shouldn't be angry.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. All right, maybe I might have to agree with you there. Maybe I'm using the wrong terms, but
stop, Rick, stop it. You're not using the wrong term. You're using the right term. They do get angry. Let's focus on that. You're going to miss the plot now. Don't change it up. We're almost there. They are angry because they are entitled. They are entitled because they are told from 2 to whatever age that this starts to happen that women are things to be possessed by men. That is the problem. It is systemic, and men do it to other men, bro. That's the point. And you, now let's get back to you. You are on the spectrum. I'm on the spectrum, true. I'm on the spectrum as well. I'm sure I have tons of blind spots and I'm working through them. I don't know if my blind spots are as glaring as yours, though. Your blind spots are big. Like the one right now is huge. Like this blind spot that you're having right now is huge. This is a part of it. When you were talking about the other day, women, when we were talking about how men don't show up for women the same way women show up for us, and you were trying to gaslight us and tell us like, oh, it's close, and it's not even close. And also men never show up for women the same way that they show up. Men never show up for women the same way that women show up for men. That's all that's you being on the spectrum. Because why would your reaction be to defend men in that case? Because that was illogical.
I can answer that question.
Go ahead.
So I get upset as a black man when I hear people slandering black men in general, right? When people say, hold on, let me finish. When I hear people say stuff like, we were out these protests, and I hear this a lot, there wasn't no black men around. I'm like, fam, there were clearly black men there. When you guys say there wasn't black men there, you're making it seem like black men just don't care at all. And there are clearly black men who care, and I think the dudes who care should get a little bit more props for doing what they're supposed to do instead of just being like, no, it's not doing shit. Like, come on, fam. At least give the dudes the credit that's doing it. Like,
no.
I'll give you credit for doing what you do.
Why?
Because it's important.
No, it's not. It's really not. I don't want the credit. I don't want the credit for being a human being. I don't want credit for doing the thing that needs to be done. Right? Like, I don't want no credit from my kids for fixing them lunch. Them little niggas needed to eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, who else is gonna cook them? Who else is gonna do it? I don't want no credit for being nice to my wife or treating my wife. I don't want her to, like, I don't want the credit for that shit. Once again, that's that entitlement. That's that entitlement men have.
Now, when your kids get older and they start saying you never did nothing for them, like, hold on now. I did everything.
That's don't project. That's how you would react. I wouldn't. I would re-examine my whole relationship with my kids. If for my kids to get to a place where they say I don't ever do anything for them, that's an indictment on me. I'm not gonna try to gaslight them and tell them, but what about when I went to you to obviously whatever I did wasn't enough.
This is what I'm saying. It's just like so if your kid said that, you would go, all right, why do you feel that way? Well, you would ask, correct?
Absolutely.
Oh, you posed. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
I say, if your kid were to say that, and you started to examine these claims that your kid was making, you're not going to sit there and just be like, okay, I should have did better. You're going to ask, why do you feel that way?
Yep.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Start examining it and don't make sense to you. You should be allowed to say that doesn't make sense to you.
Man. All right. I'm gonna tell you what happened to me last night with my son. Speaking of this, let me read this super chat though. Sunrise East, appreciate it. Said rejected men, FUB word. You ain't all that. That's that is what they be doing when they get rejected. I didn't want you anyway, you ugly. I'm like, bro, you walked across the ocean and the sea to get to this woman, and now she ugly. Mrs. Truth Teller, appreciate it. She said, accountability is not slander. It is not. Now, let me tell you what happened to me not 24 hours ago. This happened about 13 hours ago. We're putting the kids down. I'm downstairs. My wife calls me upstairs. She's like, hey, your son wants to talk to you. I go in the room, I go talk to him. I'm like, what's up? My baby was like, he basically was like, so real quick backstory. My wife is an educator. She gets the summer off. So she been here this whole time in the summer with us, right? Rocking out at home. But now she's off and I'm at home, right? She's gone. It's just me here with my sons, right? But I still, I'm working from home. So they see me all the time. But,
I got a parenting from home question for you when you finish your story.
Okay. StreamYard, what was the question? It's not for everybody. I missed something. But anyway, so yeah, so my babies, since they see me, they even though I'm doing my thing or whatever, like I'm editing videos or I'm going live or whatever the case may be, and they're here, it's like they, I talk to my son about it, but he doesn't understand. It's like, I have to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't get that, I think, right? And but anyways, last night he basically was like, I just feel like you're ignoring me. That's what he told me. And I was like, oh shit, okay. Now I did ask him. We had the conversation, and I said, well, I was like, damn, I'm sorry you feel like that. But I was like, but what did we do yesterday? And then he started talking. He said, And I he started telling, he was like, oh, we did this and we did. And I was like, oh yeah, remember when we went downstairs and we ate breakfast and we were just sitting there talking for like an hour? We ate, like, I cooked breakfast. He was there with me. I made him food. We sat at the table. We ate it together. We were down there for like an hour, just sitting at the table talking and like, whatever. He was playing on his iPad. I was on my phone talking, doing our thing. Then we went upstairs and me and him sat next to each other for like another 2 hours. I was just sitting there. He was playing on his game. I was on my phone. That's what we do. We just kick it around each other. You know what I'm saying? Watch TV. Oh, Dad, look at this. Whatever. Cool. I got up. I got in the shot. Did my thing. I went live, right? And then he said that to my wife. And then me and my wife talked about it. And she was just like, yeah, you just have to be more deliberate. You know what I'm saying? And you're, when you spend time with him, you got to make sure, like, you just got to be more deliberate, right? I said, bet. I didn't get defensive. I wasn't like, I spent 3 hours with, because whatever he feels, he's entitled to feel like that. I'm not going to try to tell him, but I did spend enough time with you, son. You see what I'm saying? I had to adjust. Now this morning, guess what? I'm more deliberate. I'm talking to him more. I'm you know what I'm saying? put your iPad down. Let's talk. Hey, we doing this. I'm watching him play his game. And I'm checking on him all the time. Like, you okay? Or you need something from me? Whatever. He's like, no, you good? Whatever. So that's the adjustment. But imagine if I got defensive. Imagine if I was on that, like, what you mean? I spent 3 hours with you. He's 8 years old, by the way. Like, he don't fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, and also that conversation I had with my son is also a very similar conversation I've had with my wife many a times in our relationship. And every single time, I would say the last, let's say we've had the conversation 100 times. Right. And we probably had it more than that, but let's say we've had it the last 100 times. I would say I reacted properly, in a non-defensive manner. I would say probably 5 out of the last 100 times. Just being honest, maybe 5 out of the last. Almost every single time, eventually it comes a point in a conversation when I go, well, how long do you want me to spend with you? I feel like, what do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? We just spent 2 days. We just spent 4 days, right? But yeah.
Is there a way to ask that question and it be okay? To be like, look, son, I understand you want to spend more time, but I spent 23 out of 24 hours of a day with you. I'm not saying you do it, but I'm saying, like, come on, like, I have other things I have to do in order to take care of you. Like, there's no way I can have that conversation. The
only conversation you can have is, I did spend time with you, but if the time you spending it, whatever time you're spending with them is not doing the trick. So you need to readjust how you spend the time with them. That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't make any sense to that's gaslighting. Like, you're basically trying to tell them, I do spend enough time with them.
All right, I guess.
You see what I'm saying? Like, but you don't understand that? Like, you can't, like, you're trying to trick him into thinking, like, I've spent this time with you. You think they're going to flip the switch and go, he did spend it, because it's how they feel. It's how they interpret it. So the only real recourse you have is to adjust. That's it. That's all you got. That's all you can do. If you tell them, but hey, I got to do X, Y, and Z. It's like, all right, cool. But whatever's going on, there's a disconnect. He expects something different out of me than he does out of his mom when it comes to this, I think. Right. Because his mom, and he said it last night, his mom even told him after I told him that, and he was like, yeah, we did spend a lot of time. And his mom was like, she was like, well, that's all me and you do when we're around each other. We just sit there and you just on your thing, and I'm on my phone, or I'm on the computer, and you're doing this. And he said, but I'm with you all the time, Mom, every day. So he gets those needs met. You see what I'm saying? Because he's with her more. So if they're together 13 hours in a day, they might have 3 hours of conversation, or I'm just making up numbers, right? They might have 3 hours worth of conversation. I'm with him for 4 hours, right? Most of the time, because I'm always doing, I work outside of the home. I'm not here, whatever. She has more time off than me most of the time, or she did. But historically, that's been the case. So when he sees me, he, like, with me and him, he's like, I want to go somewhere. What are we doing? Let's hang out. Let's talk. Because we don't engage with one another as much as he does with my wife over a longer period of time. And now I'm clocking that. And I'm glad he told me that, because I wouldn't have known that. That's why I love him. Just shout out to my son. I love him. I just love that he's unafraid and he can advocate for himself. And I also love that How my wife makes, like, she is like the mediator between us if need be. And I love it. I love that dynamic, right? I just think it's refreshing, right? Because I see other people and their kids and they don't have that dynamic, and it sucks for the children and the parents, but it really sucks for the children. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't think you should be telling your kid anything when it comes to this. I think all you should be doing is adjusting. That's me personally. My approach to all of these situations is just for you to adjust, because you'll never be able to convince them that you spend enough time with them. You won't. If they feel like you're not spending enough time with them, all you're going to do is they're just not going to bring it up to you anymore. And that's not what you want, right? You want to know you want to hear what they have to say. But if you tell them, no, pipe down, I do spend enough time with you, you think they're going to mention it to you next time?
No, so for public, you see how you just investigated the claim?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you said, I'm spending time with you. Why do you feel that way? Now he goes, talks to your wife and goes, oh, dang, I did spend a lot of time with him. So it's not that you're not spending enough time with him. It's the manner in which you're spending the time. Those are two different claims.
No, to me, they're one and the same, brother.
Well, I think those are,
it's the same thing. He's 8 years old. How is he supposed? He said it the way he said it. You see what I'm saying?
I'm saying he's 8 years old, so it's not like he don't understand like the language fully. So he said what he thought. So yeah, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, just like with yesterday with the BLM thing, what I was attempting to do was go, yo, you said that there aren't any men there. How do you say that? Because I've seen
nobody said that. That's also, you got to stop that. Nobody said that there aren't any men there. We all acknowledge there are men there. The point we were making was not enough men show up. Not enough men support men's issues, and not enough men support women's issues. We definitely don't support women's issues. And you were trying to come in and be on some like, but you got to get a dude who show up a cookie. And we was like, nah, fuck that.
And that's why I disagree. I'm always going to disagree with that. You got to give people the credit for doing the work they're doing. Like, I would give you credit.
But I don't want the credit. But Rick, that's fine if you want to give me the credit for whatever you think you want to give me the credit for. That's fine. I don't want the credit, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't need it, nor do I want it. I promise you. That doesn't mean I'm not talking about somebody saying, hey, man, thank you for doing X, Y, and Z. That's fine. I'm not saying that. I get, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate, don't get me wrong. I don't want to seem like I'm not appreciative of people when they say like, hey, man, you helped me. You told me da. That's fine. I do appreciate that. Do I expect that? Nope. Fuck no. Do I need that? Fuck no. Hell no. Will it deter me from doing the things that I'm doing? Absolutely not. Because what the fuck? What does you telling me thank you for something have to do with me? That's what I'm saying. Like, but because at that point, what you're saying to me is I'm only doing this so you can acknowledge that I'm doing it. But I'm not doing it for your acknowledgement. So I don't give a fuck if you acknowledge that. Brother, you know how many times I've told people shit in my real life? They would argue with me like Rick is doing right now for no fucking reason, just being disagreeable, right? And then a month later, 6 months later, a year later, 2 years later, they do the exact fucking thing I told them to do 2 years ago. And guess what? I clock it and I move on, and I'm just happy that they're doing it now. I couldn't care less if they ever acknowledge that I'm the one who gave them the credit, that I'm the one who gave them the info. Don't care. I see it happen on this app all day long. The same haters and detractors will come in here, hate me, hate watch me, do all of this weird shit, and then you go on their platform, and next thing you know, they talking just like me. Ain't that some shit? I don't want them to give me no credit, nor am I here trying to be like, look at baby public. I don't even care. That's fine. That's okay.
So when I say give people credit, so like, for example, I think we should give people credit to encourage people to doing the right thing. Like,
that's weird.
Why?
Why do you need credit to do the right thing? Why do you need? I'm not understanding. It's the same thing with being upset about getting rejected. It's the same thought process to me. Why do I give a fuck? Why do I care? It's not, it's just weird. It's entitlement at the end of the day. I don't care, man. I promise you, I really, y'all do not believe.
Public, it's not for you. When I say I'm giving you credit, I'm not giving you credit for you.
Okay. Who you giving me credit for then?
All right, there's a man doing something that's positive. Just like the dudes who run schools, I think people should go, hey, no, that's a black man doing the right thing. We need to see more of that. So give that man credit to encourage other people to do it. That's how motivation works, bro.
So you're talking about positive reinforcement.
Yes, like that's what I'm saying. Like that's how motivation works. If every time you do something positive, everybody's like, yeah, whatever, that's what you're supposed to do.
This is such a tough. this is such a tough. It's so tough. I think the people who are actually doing the work, I don't think that those people care about it. That's my point. I think it hurts the group more to praise the people than to call out the people who aren't doing the work. But I guess you could be, you know what? You could be right. I don't know. You could be right. Come to think of it, you could be right. Just positive reinforcement, I guess. You could be right, man. I might, hey, I don't know. Maybe that's the case. Maybe we should not be focusing on the scores of men who ain't doing shit and just focus on the few men who do good.
I'm not saying, I say you can do both. You can do both.
Okay. How do you do both?
So, hey, brother, you not doing like Officer Cato. That is a bad black man, right? We should be on his neck for everything. Every time he put a foot on his neck. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can say it. My bad.
Yeah, you can say that.
Right?
Yeah.
But if it's people like you who's doing quote unquote positive work, we should go, hey, no, that's a positive brother. We should be able to do both instead of just focusing on one or the other. That's all I'm saying. Like, if all we hear is negative, like, yo, niggas that black men ain't doing this, black men ain't doing that. Y'all don't even pay attention to the dudes that are doing stuff. And then when they do something, it's like, well, that's what you're supposed to do. It's like, dang, you've been kicking my back in this whole time. Can I get a like, come on.
See? And that's what I'm saying. So you said it was for the other people, but now you're saying, can I get, and that's why I'm like, why? That's what I'm talking about. Like, I'm saying, you don't need to do that shit for me personally. I don't need that. But when you turn around and say, why can't I get some credit? That's where I'm like, see, there's something there. It's not about that positive reinforcement for the group. It's about you. And that's what I get out of it. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm like, I don't think you can do both. Because I don't think we should be praising people for doing shit that they should be doing. That's me. When you go above and beyond, let's give them the praise, right? MLK Jr. laid his life on the line. I'm praising MLK Jr. No doubt about it, right? You giving up, you sacrifice, like Colin Kaepernick. I'm always salute Cap, always. I don't care nothing about what nobody got to say. I don't care. You say something bad about Cap, you anti-black to me in my mind. you anti-black automatically. I'm like, he got paid by Nike. I don't give a fuck. Shut up. That man sacrificed his career to stand on his principle, and I'm rocking with you, right? All day long. Cap does not seem like the person though that's out here looking for validation. To me, he doesn't seem like the guy that needs everybody to tell him, thank you so much, Cap, for standing on your principle. He doesn't seem like that guy. He doesn't. To me. That makes me like him even more. You see what I'm saying? That makes me like him even more.
People looking at Cap and saying his protest inspired them to do the same thing, and he got praised for it. That's what I mean by the positive reinforcement. Giving positive reinforcement for people who are doing that is going to encourage more people to do it. That's how I feel about it. I could be wrong, but that's how I feel.
Let me read this super chat. Snapback said, women are complaining about the consistency of the man ethic. That's what men are not understanding. Yeah, or the inconsistency. Definitely. Appreciate you, Kim. Women get, hold on, let me read this one. It's not for everyone. Said women get rejected too, and it's not kind, but you don't see us whining and crying. No, you don't, generally speaking.
I don't be saying women get rejected because a lot of them don't approach, but that's a different story.
I've rejected a lot of women. I've rejected a lot of women, and it's some of them, I would say the majority of women just take it gracefully. The vast majority. I've been called, I told funny stories about women. I rejected women and they said I was a bald-headed scallywag hoe and all. They did the same stuff to me. I've had that happen before too. But for the most part, you know, they never
DC, it's a sport out here. They love doing it. It's like a game that the people play out here when dudes try to holler at chicks and the chicks try to holler at the dudes. They treat them like each other. So like the girl will go to a guy and go, hey, red shirt. And if you go, I don't want to talk to your dusty ass anyway, you broke my.
Yeah.
It's like a game. But
if that's what I'm saying, they could be doing that as a reaction to the way that men treat them. And that, once again, that's why I laughed at it. Whenever it happened to me, I never got I always laughed. I literally fell out laughing the last time it happened to me. I was crying. And I told my wife, she was like in the car and she like heard them. And when they drove by and she was like, what did they say? And I told her, and we both was in the car fucking cracking up. Like, it's just funny. Like I've never, that's just not this, because I'm a man and I don't, A, I'm not threatened by any of that stuff. And B, I've never, it's so rare that it's like, they're outliers to me. It's not like, it's not abusive. Whereas with women, it's like all the fucking time it's happening to them. So it's nothing to laugh at. There's no laughing matter. And also the threat of violence is there with women. What up, E?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep. Miss
Hey, how you
Kim,
doing?
I'm doing good. Kim said, be good for goodness sake. Jesus Christ. Like, it ain't that hard, huh? Go ahead. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Ali said men need incentives. Hold on. Ali said men need incentives to be a good person. Ali said men need incentives to be a good person. Here, damn. And she handed you a cookie, Rick. A virtual cookie. She said, here go your cookie, man. Here, huh? Here. Damn.
So your conversation with Rick brought up a couple things, and I think it's like kind of proof in real time. Is like a couple things that came to mind was his use of the word anger. I think it's proof why that wheel of emotion or feelings will exist, because when we stand out from anger, there's over a dozen other underlying emotions, but because we are in a society that raises boys a certain way who grow into being men, they miss all those other emotional adjectives. And so typically, like, your point to him was like, it's anger, because that's one of the only emotions that men tend to express. But underlying of that is hurt, bitterness, resentment, all the other feelings that can go under there. And so I think that was proof in real time that I think a lot of adults just were not given, particularly men. And the other thing that came to mind was like some of his expressions and responses to you during this conversation kind of reminds me, I don't know how old he is, but I think also proof that many of us were raised by boomers or maybe even older Gen X's. And so a lot of us were neglected emotionally in a certain way. And so it shows up in our adulthood, right? Because a lot of us don't know how to connect to our children in terms of spending time and feeling their like emotional bucket, right? We can't just cap that and say, oh, this is all the time and energy they need. It's like, no, some kids' buckets are never ending. Most children. I mean, so I think that's also kind of proof why I don't think he could understand why there was maybe this seemingly need for validation in his experience. Like when you're secure and have an awareness, like to your point, you don't need it to keep going or to do good or to stay motivated. Like it's nice to hear.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to hear.
Be needed to live life, right? And so it's the importance of the work that we're doing, right? Like your example with your son, it's like your children have a space where they're able to feel like, you know what, I can say this to dad. I feel safe enough to say this to dad in his own way. And dad being open and doing active work to fill his pot.
Yeah.
Not say, oh, I did spend this time. It's like, no, like the intention is important, and also accepting when you are a parent, like that pot is like ever flowing. Like, and so it's just not going to be like, you know, and as your kids get older, you can change your language and conversation around it. I have a 13-year-old, I work from home. He still needs reminders about what it means for mom to have no interruptions or spend a certain amount of time while working. And me doing the work to at least allow him to maybe hopefully get him to understand, like, that doesn't mean that I'm neglecting him, but me doing the work to do all that I can to reassure that as well. And he's 13, so it just doesn't stop. Your kids are going to always need you. It just changes in how that looks.
Facts. Shawnee, go ahead.
I mean, the conversation kind of just
external validation to do like the bare minimum in life. And what I mean by that is just even being like a self-sufficient adult. Like, why is y'all's like external
drive?
Yeah, why is it's always I've noticed as I've gotten older, it's always revolved around women. Like,
Yeah, validation for women, validation for men. Mm-hmm.
And even the motivation to have want a family, like the only reason you want to work is to try to obtain societal goals that you really don't want in the first place, because when you get them, then it's like the conversations of like, people talk about like in the workplace, like they be working around men that they pretty much stay at work on purpose because they don't want to be around their spouse and kids. But it's like, you put all this effort to work towards this goal, and then you don't even like the family that you created with the person that you chose to partner with. So it's like, you really need to figure out like, what is it, this external validation that you want so bad, like it's not motivating you to actually do things that you want. Like, I think people need to learn you should do stuff for your own personal fulfillment and happiness. Because I think that's weird to have your motivations be driven by women when you're a single person. To me, that's weird. You should be focusing on like building the life that you want for yourself.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be tied to like, I don't tie my motivations in life is because like I'm just a very like ambitious person. Like, I always want like the best for myself. I don't do things for like a hypothetical man that don't even exist in my life and somebody who I'm not even checking for in the first place. Like, I know what type of lifestyle that I want to live, and I'm going to do the work that I want to do to obtain said lifestyle so I can be happy, because I know what my happiness is revolved around. And it's not revolved around trying to uphold and maintain the status quo. So I think this conversation just proves like, some of y'all you still got some unpacking.
A lot.
To do. And y'all need to decenter romance. You need to decenter romantic relationships. You need to decenter marriage. Y'all got to decenter a lot of stuff so y'all can learn how to just do stuff for yourself. Like, what's that pyramid? That
Maslow pyramid. Yeah, hierarchy.
That's what y'all need to be focused on, because if I remember correctly, that pyramid, I don't see nothing on there about romantic relationships. I saw community. I saw intimacy, which I think is, not revolved around like hunching.
No.
Friendships, community, and intimacy. I think we need to go back like to the basics. Like, a lot of y'all, like I said last night in decompression, a lot of y'all just need to learn how to be. You need to learn how to be a good friend first.
I think that
from there, then progress from there.
Mm-hmm. Let me read this super chat real quick. The Brat's dog said, we need to start spamming the chat with "who's a good boy" every time a man comes up to ask why we don't give the good ones enough credit. I see. For me, I think that I talked to my boy about this a long time ago, but I've told this story before, but like we would talk about like working out, and he would always be like impressed by my ethic, like my work ethic, because like I would always work out, and he would just be like, man, you always working out, but he was like, but you're married. I don't understand why you would want to work out even when you're married. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, you already got a wife, so why are you working out? And I was like, yeah, what? But I never worked out to get girls. You know what I'm saying? Like I never worked out so I could like look good for women. I worked out so I could feel good, so I could be strong, so I could be healthy. Like I always worked out for me. It was always me, right? I never worked out so men could see me and be like, "Oh, you look good, brother." Like I never did it for that stuff, right? I did it for myself. And he just like couldn't wrap his brain around that. And I kept telling him, I was like, that's why you can only work out for a short period of time. You work out for 2 months, 3 months. I walked today. Oh, I did push-ups today. Oh, I went to the gym today. And then you fall off because you're doing it for external validation. And when you don't get the validation as fast as you want it, or you feel like you deserve it, then you go, what am I doing this for? And men do that. And we're seeing it happen with men in the workplace. You're seeing men drop off from working in droves because they're not getting the validation. They're not seeing the benefit in having a job anymore. They're not seeing the benefit in having a career or whatever the case may be, because they're like, even if I get the money, the women still don't like me. Even if I chase the bag, I'm still not going to get a wife. Instead of, you know what I'm saying? Instead of understanding like, well, you should have never been doing it for a woman. You should have always been doing it for yourself. You know what I mean? Like,
yo, that's low-key sad too, just really listening to you say that in real time, like how many men they don't know themselves in a way to know what it is that they want and why they want it. And it also, I think, creates that distrust between men and women, because we're also on the other side of like, well, what's your motive? Why are you doing this? Is it because you truly want to do this and be here, or is it because you want something from this other person?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to say this. I would even go as far as like, if it was really that easy for y'all to be motivated by people, I would say for me, I think I had a pretty good work ethic. I think anybody, more specifically in Discord, who has gotten to know me, they really be like, dang, like you really be on point with your stuff. So my thing is, if it was that easy to motivate people, why is it like the way that my work ethic and just how my ambition, why isn't that rubbing off on people? If it's that easy to motivate people, why aren't y'all just motivated by like looking at your friends? You see them out here, you know, getting their stuff off. Like, why aren't you doing it? If you're supposed to be so inspired by people, and you need external motivation that bad, a lot of y'all would be just picking up off of your friends. Better yet, why aren't y'all picking up off of the women in society? Because that's where the big disconnect is. You got women out here, we're outpacing men. So my thing is, why isn't that a motivation for you to like do better? If that's the case, y'all would be, like Public said, y'all wouldn't be dropping out of the workforce, and you are, because there is data out there that proves that. That's one of the reasons why y'all are dropping out, because y'all don't like your societal
position.
And then on top of that, like, if I remember the numbers correctly, like almost half of y'all are dropping out because of like you're undereducated and underskilled. So like all that anti-intellectualism rhetoric that y'all be pushing is coming back to bite y'all. It's getting its lick back, and it's not the outcome for y'all pushing that rhetoric online. It's coming back to like bite y'all in the ass.
Mr. Rick, did you want to respond to anything, brother, before I?
I just think people underestimate.
What'd you say?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, your phone broke up for a second, but I got you now. What'd you say?
I understand what she said. She said you should be looking at the women, but that's not what dudes are looking at. So when a guy sees a girl with a nice car, he's not going, oh, she got a really nice car, let me do what she's doing. He's asking how she got it. Like, that's not how that works for dudes. Dudes look at other dudes for motivation.
That's not what she said, though.
What she said?
She was talking about the work ethic, though. It's not, if she was saying like not looking at the thing, once again, it's external for men. It's the validation. It's the getting the nice car. Like, that's what it is, right? But she said the complete opposite of that. She was saying, if you know me and you observe me, then you see my work ethic. So why don't men look at that from the women that's close to them and be like, oh, look at her work ethic and let me try to, match that energy. Not about the things she's obtained or anything. Like, it's not about that. It's about her work ethic.
Because when people who know you can see your work ethic, but what motivates people is the shiny toys. Like,
no, what motivates you are the shiny. What motivates most men also, yes, things, objects. I agree. Not women. Women are not aren't motivated the same way men are. Women have an internal motivation.
Just ask me a question why they're not looking at her work ethic. I'm saying because men are motivated by the shiny toys.
I know, say men. You said most people, but it's most men. That's what I'm saying. That's the correction.
My bad.
Yeah.
Most men are motivated by the shiny toys.
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
Like, I have a homeboy who I moved my the thing I told you I did. He would ask people, yo, you want to come work for me? I can help you get your job. People then start trying to call them to get a job until they saw him buy a new car. Like, that's just what it is. Dudes are motivated by the toys.
Yeah.
Like,
because they want the external validation. That's this whole. We're getting right back to the point. Men need to figure out a way to not have this external value. We need to figure out a way to be self-sufficient, independent, and self-motivated. That's where we're trying to get to. Yes, we know that men are motivated by shiny things because shiny things in our mind bring women. And it brings validation of other men. So if you have a nice car, then men will go, oh, you have a nice car. If you have a nice car, women will go, oh, you have a nice car. Can I get in the passenger seat? And you go, absolutely. Right? Oh, you got a nice house. Men go, nice house, bro. I appreciate you. So you get that validation. The women go, oh, can I live here? So you got you a woman now. You see what I'm saying? That's how men think. But the women are like, I just need to work. I need to do what's right. I need to do, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna try my hardest. When I'm at work, I'm gonna have integrity. I'm gonna do the job. I'm gonna do the job they pay me to do. I may even do more, right? Depending on what's needed, without somebody coming along and fucking begging me to do it and asking me to do it. I'm just gonna do what's right. You know what I'm saying? Like Jeff came up here and spoke to that a while ago. He was saying when he works with women, when he asks a woman to do something versus a man, when he gives the women direction, they need 1 or 2 times tops. When you give the men direction, you tell them they can't get it or they start to do it, and he comes back and they're not doing the job, and you gotta, hey, why are you not doing the job? And then they come back and then you teach them how to do it, and you come back again and they're, oh, I'm not doing this. I don't get paid enough for, like, that's the type of time men be on, generally speaking. Men need to figure out a way to motivate ourselves and not be so dependent on getting some type of like gratification, some instant gratification out of it, or whatever the case may be. Go ahead, Late Toxic.
Hey y'all.
Hey.
I love this conversation. I just wanted to quickly say that I think one of the main reasons why men can't find that intrinsic motivation is because they're hierarchy obsessed. And I think if once they found their intrinsic motivation, they might find, oh, the lifestyle that I want is actually, maybe I don't want a Lamborghini. Maybe I want a Ford F-150 or something like that, right? Like they might find that the things that they're really striving for put them on a lower totem pole in the hierarchy, and therefore, like, they're not competing with men anymore. So they're finding like, okay, actually, like this different lower level of lifestyle actually works for me, and actually I'm content with that. Mm-hmm. Whereas if they continue, because they're hierarchy obsessed, they're all striving for the same exact things. And so that, puts them in inherent competition with each other, and then it keeps them from like exploring personhood outside of like objectifying themselves, basically.
Mm-hmm. And it puts them in competition with women when you talk about money or anything like that, because women are also in the job market. So then that like makes men have an extra reason to, try to keep women out of, you know what I mean? Like try to oppress women, or let's go back to the times when women were in the kitchen and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, absolutely. They might find that they're better living off in the Shire and on a farm,
mm-hmm.
Rather than living in a high rise, you know what I mean? And that takes them kind of out of the rat race. And what does that do to like capitalism?
A lot. It'll weaken it. And like for me personally, I've never in my life I never envisioned myself being wealthy. You know what I'm saying? That was not even something. And it's not to say that I didn't think I could do it or anything like that. It just never was a motivation for me. Like never in my life did I ever like do anything for money, And when I say that, I'm saying like I work jobs and all that stuff. You know, you got to do what you got to do. But I'm saying like I never was like, oh man, I gotta get to the bag. So let me, you know, sell myself out in this way or that way. Like it just was never anything that I was, that it was just never anything that I was like willing to do. You know what I mean? Like when I made, like I did music and I was like, I'm going to do the music I like. I'm not going to do the music that is going to get me on or whatever. I'm just going to do the music I like. If I make it doing this music, then I make it. If I don't, I don't. Right. And I'm cool with that. Same thing with this shit. I'm going to say the shit that I want to say. I'm not going to change my message. I don't care if I could be more popular talking about X, Y, and Z, fine. So be it. But I'm not going to do that because this is the message that I like. This is my brand. Right. Like I'm good with that. But I think a lot of men, they do anything for, you know, for money. Yes, exactly. Leslie said it. Financial freedom, definitely, that's been a goal of mine, but never money. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Never been like, or like things. Like I've never been like, oh man, I gotta get this type of car. I gotta get that type of car. Like I never been like that. I could drive whatever car, you know what I'm saying, for reasonably. Pretty much any car you can go on a lot and buy. I could pretty much drive any car I want to, right? I'm not into, like I've told you guys this a million times. I don't care about cars. I don't care about driving a fucking $100,000 car. I don't care about driving $80,000 car. It's not exciting for me at all. It's not. I don't care. You know what I mean? I find certain things about cars that I need, and I'm like, if this car has this, then I just find the best looking one to me that fits within that mode. And that's it. No more, no less. It's a fucking car. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, it's a fucking car. I'm not about to break my back. I'm not about to work another month, a year so I can pay for this car. Like you got to be out your mind. That's crazy to me. I don't understand that. I don't. It's never been my thing.
I think that's why for me, like, I think my motivation for just doing things are like, I like stability. Like somebody said, just like people are right now saying in the chat, like, I crave stability, I want comfort, and I've always made a point to point out like how important financial independence is to me, because I feel like that me obtaining financial independence is me kind of rebelling against the patriarchy. Because I feel like when you have financial independence, like it's important for women to have financial independence because you can move different compared to, you know, you just move different. I feel like you tend to make different choices when it's like, I gotta put up with this stuff because I got money and I can support myself. Like I don't have to put up with men, basically. I don't have to put up with their stuff because I'm not relying on them for survival reasons. So like I said, that's pretty much like my motivation is to do what I do. And like I just want to be happy. And then on top of that, I'm bullshit. I like nice things. Hell, I want a $2,000 YSL purse that I got on my wish list right now. Because that's the stuff that it's like, I do like material stuff. It makes
me too. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's like, you know, if I don't get it, it ain't no big deal. I go buy a $30 purse at Target. Like it ain't.
As long as it's within reason. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like it's fine. Like I got, like we're talking about shopping at one. I got shit. I got clothes and shoes and hats and watches and rings and necklaces. I got all. I like definitely. I like that shit. But I'm not the type of dude. I'm not about to go to a jeweler and spend $50,000 on a necklace. That's not gonna ever be my thing. It's not me. You know, $1,500, $1,200. I'll do that for something cool. I'm not about to go there and go, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not, it don't do it for me in that way. It has to be within reason. It has to be within reason. I like finding cool shit. I like finding shit. I be buying shit that be costing pennies on a dollar and people be like, damn, where you get that from? And I'm not a, you know, I don't hoard. I don't gatekeep. So I'll be like, oh, I love putting people on. I got it from this site. Come here. Ooh, that's how I got it. And I'll be sending, don't tell me you like something. Don't tell me you looking for something. I'll be sending you shit. Like you be like, hey, where you get that jersey from? I've been looking for shit. Like, oh, bet. Which one? What kind of team? Oh, I'm looking for basketball between the. Okay, cool. I'll flood your shit for the next week with just. I'm like, here you go. Found one. Found another one. Found it. Like, I like that shit. I'll be on the hunt for that type of shit. What up, Lux? Hey, thanks for coming up, Late Toxic. What up, Lux?
What's up, y'all? Not Kia girl, Shawnee, please. Straight back here, and on your way, it would be so cool, and it would have like a cute little rain. I don't think she realized she up here. What's up, y'all? While I'm up here, y'all already know, get the likes up, share the live, all the things. Y'all already know once I get up here. I did want to come in. Well, y'all had a great discussion in the meanwhile, but Rick, when you say you gotta give him a little bit of positive reinforcement, I'm not gonna lie, I cackled in the background. I said positive reinforcement for doing what you need to do. That's wicked work. It's like, but the only reason I'm gonna be honest that threw me a little bit that you said that was because a lot of the dudes like you that come up will sit here and talk about, and you specifically said this actually, Rick. You specifically said, like whenever Black men or men in general are being dogged or being, denigrated or whatever the word that it is that you use, basically being held accountable, that you feel some type of way. And that makes you kind of, so it would be very, very, it's very, very funny to me that the same people that feel some type of way when the accountability comes also want to be patted on the back when they do a good thing. Like, you a baby. You can't be upset at the correction, and then when the correction don't come and the good thing happen, you also want it to be, given an award. It's giving, only give me positive reinforcement. Don't never correct me.
I definitely got to point out something though. I think for this last hour, we ain't even touched on this topic, and I feel like it's a topic where I definitely want to make sure we touch back on that.
Back to the topic. I just wanted to point that out because I thought that was a hilarious contradiction. But for the vetting, because I actually came up here to say something about the topic before y'all got back into that whole roll around. The thing about the vetting, and I know we say every other time, but y'all don't know how to vet y'all friends, and y'all be trying to tell women and when I say y'all don't know how to vet y'all friends, a lot of the people that y'all hang out with, when they do bad stuff or messed up stuff, well, I don't really know him. I just kind of hang out with him. I just kind of know him. Y'all don't even vet the people that y'all ultimately have as a clique, as a group, as a confidant, and I know that y'all don't, because when we come up here and we ask y'all the questions of, do y'all have certain conversations with your male friends, and conversations that are not surface level, y'all say no. A lot of y'all say y'all don't have them conversations. So I cannot be led to believe at that point that after having very, very surface level conversations, if any conversations, that the people that you associate with are good people. Not only that, but when they do bad things, you guys like to distance yourselves from them while still being in association with them. So it's just a very, very wild to me that, again, the group of people that don't even vet the people that surround them, they don't vet their best friends, they don't vet their homeboys, they don't vet none of that. Expect women to know how to vet those same exact men. Because all y'all homeboys, right? Even the ones that y'all know are terrible people, when we have these conversations, y'all act like y'all don't know how they are in relationships. Y'all act like y'all never experienced, some of the toxic things that they do, or can't view any of the toxic things that they do. But when women come up here and be like, hey, some of y'all friends be kind of toxic, y'all have an issue with it. And it really, really, really throws me. It really does.
I think that really is because of the second part or the first part, because men actually exhibit those behaviors. That's the thing. So why would men call out their own, how would you see that you're the problem when most men are fighting tooth and nail to deny that they are actually the problem?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So if you calling out your boy's narcissistic behavior, trust me, if your girl hear that, she gonna look at you like, wait.
It's the meme behind you.
That's exactly what it's gonna look like. It'll be like, wait, you? So that's what it is. So of course we're gonna be on some I don't see it. Let me read this super chat. Tawana said, it appears that some men are not happy with life unless they have a woman subjugated and a fool for their pretend love. That must be a sad existence, hence their depression. Facts. Yep.
So when she said about the positive reinforcement, I said just give positive reinforcement to the dudes who are doing good. I didn't say you had the positive reinforcement. I'm not saying I'm doing anything worth reinforcing in a positive manner. I'm saying the dudes who are doing good things, just give them positive reinforcement, especially if you're a kid. everybody else is backing. That's all I'm saying. It does good to see people doing good, getting rewarded for doing good. Like, I don't understand why that's a difficult concept to understand.
I think this kind of goes back into that, to this, I just saw this video. I saw 2 videos actually. So one of them was from this woman, and she was saying that she talked to this psychologist, and the psychologist basically determined that there's only 2 ways to have a successful marriage, like a long-term successful marriage, is if both people are equally in love with one another, that's good. Both the man and the woman equally in love, that's good. And the other way is if the man is more in love with the woman than the woman is with the man, right? So he's constantly chasing her, she's not chasing him. But if the woman is chasing the man, then the relationship will ultimately end in demise. And then it was funny because I saw a video from Shira 7 today, and she basically said the same thing. She was basically like, just saying, like, you know, she said it in her own way. And that's why I love, like, people like me and sharing the content creators or whatever. Like, I see why there is like an appeal there, because she said it in a very relatable way. What she said, she just said it in a very relatable way. And I was like, yes, that I 100% agree with that, right? And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because men don't understand that. Let me see. How do I put this?
Not too much. Gotta find it. I'm finding it.
I gotta find it. So basically, hold on, wait. Go back. You made me lose my train of thought. What were we saying before? I thought I lost my train of thought. I think that's what happened. Men, the men are basically not acknowledged. The men are, what were you saying, Rick? I'm sorry, Rick, whatever Rick comment was, it was about that. You were saying, you were saying that looking for the validation, right? Right? Is that what? Yeah, repeat the comment. That's what it was. Never mind. Go ahead. Repeat the comment.
You said the last comment I said,
yeah,
as far as the positive reinforcement or the validation.
Yeah, the positive reinforcement. So my point is bringing that up is the positive reinforcement that men want in the relationships. Men are always looking for validation from, you know what I'm saying, from everybody else. The women, the reason why that relationship works in that way, where the women can be the person, where it's better if the man is chasing the woman or they're equal, is because the women will do the work regardless. They don't need the validation of the man. They don't need the man to, like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't need any of that. Like, they're going to do them. Like, even the most like woman that's like ho-hum about the man, like, whatever. She not going to abuse that man. She not, you know what I'm saying? She just not as, you know what I mean? Like, she just not as into you as you are into her. But it ain't like she going to use that to manipulate you or some shit like that. Whereas with the men, if she's chasing him, he won't do anything to become a better person. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got her. This, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got her. This is my dream. She's my piece. She's my doormat. She's my, you know what I mean? Like, she my ride or die, whatever the case may be. Now they got him. Now the man got her, but the woman is going to do the work. So that's why that dynamic works. And I get that. For anybody that wants to push back against that, I think that actually is true, sadly. Gary, appreciate you, man. Gary said, most of my friends, either one or two things happen. Either we have shared violent experiences or shared oppression as Black men. Interesting. That sounds like. That sounds hard. Men, Osa, appreciate you. Osa said, men don't positively reinforce. Why are you asking for something you don't do? Love the show, puppy. Appreciate you, Osa. Yeah, that's true. Men do not know how to give positive reinforcement, by the way. But go ahead. Go off. Kay, what's good? You at work or what? What's good, Kay? Hold on, we gonna draw Kay. Kay, come back when you get.
Hey, yeah. She in a whole
Really quick.
Go ahead, Shawnee.
I will say they can't vet men because I think that's already been said, but I'll go like a little further into details. Like, y'all can't vet men because y'all don't even know how to choose that.
women. And what I mean by that is y'all do not take compatibility into consideration when it comes to who y'all are pursuing romantically and who you want in a partner. Like, y'all are
Teddy,
more than willing to overlook incompatibility issues with a woman because you care more about having access to women rather than actually finding a person that you're compatible with and who you will more likely have a more sustainable, relationship with. So, and because of that, I feel like y'all also expect us to overlook incompatibility issues within y'all. I think that's why y'all be taking it personal when you are dating a woman for a short amount of time and she kind of points out, hey, it's not working out, we're not compatible. And then instead of you accepting that answer that no, that y'all are not compatible, y'all want women to go into details on why y'all are not compatible, even though in the back of your mind, you already know we're not compatible. So why do I need to explain further? Why do I need to explain it in further detail for what? So you can convince me to stick around? Like, I'm not going to do that. And that's why a lot of y'all end up in relationships with women that you can't stand because you don't have anything in common with that woman. And then you want to try to make it seem like it's her fault when it's like, no. Like, if y'all are incompatible, that's what it is. Like, it's not like, it doesn't mean like y'all are bad people. Y'all ain't got nothing in common.
Yeah, men don't have to vet. That's the problem. Men don't have to vet. We don't got to vet men or women, right? Because once again, Shawnee, even if y'all not compatible for a man, right? Because let's be honest, men aren't compatible with women anyway. No, I mean, let's just be serious. Let's just be serious, okay? I don't want to, let's not pussyfoot around and act like there's this perfect woman out there. There's really not, for any man. And men just are like, she got a warm hole. She gonna do some domestic labor. That's a part of it, but also, like whatchamacallit said, I'm gonna get the fine. He said, I'm gonna get the finest clothes I could buy on retail, and I'm gonna pay attention to every single detail. I just want a girl that still looks good with no makeup, and when I find her, I promise I'm never gonna break up. That's what Ryan Leslie told me. Men just trying to find the most attractive woman they can get with, because we know that they gonna do the labor and all of that stuff. But to Shira's point, to the doctor's point, whatever, women are also going to do the emotional labor it takes to be to be a decent person in the relationship. That's what I'm saying. Whether y'all are compatible or not, like, I don't even know what that means, to be honest, for the most part, right? Because you ain't gotta like the things I like. You really don't. That'd be cool. Me and my wife don't like the same music. We like some of our music is the same. She likes Kanye. I like Kanye, right? She likes Magic Jordan. I like Magic Jordan, right? She also be listening to a bunch of shit. Like, she listen to fucking Billie Eilish. I don't listen to that shit. I'm not a Billie Eilish fan, right? I don't, you know what I mean? Like, she likes music that I don't listen to. Like, we don't gotta like all the same things. I'm a fucking sports fanatic. She is not. She couldn't care less about sports. You don't gotta like the things that I like. But if you're patient, if you're smart, if you're, kind, if you're charismatic, if you're funny, if you're generous, if you're consistent, if like, these are the things that will keep you together forever. So when we talk about compatibility, here's what I'm saying. If both people have integrity, I think that relationship probably gonna last forever and ever and ever. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you can find a man and a woman that have integrity and get them together, I don't care if the man is overweight and the woman is skinny. I don't care if the man likes jazz and she likes rock. I don't care if he likes scary movies and she like rom-coms. It don't fucking matter. You get two people together that have integrity, the shit probably gonna work out in the end. You get two people together that are actively, working on themselves and trying to improve themselves, you probably gonna last a long fucking time, if not forever, right? The compatibility comes in, though, when you trying to find a woman that's going to put up with your shit. That's the only form of compatibility that men take into account is how long, how much can I get away with? How long can I get away with abusing her? And y'all already know that I'm going to say it again. We already know that women can stay in a relationship with a man until they both in the grave, as long as she's willing to put up with the abuse. You already know that. If a woman is willing to put up with the abuse, the man and the woman can stay together. They could, when you be hearing in marriages, oh, we've been together for 43 years. That woman has swallowed bullshit for 43 years. That's all I be hearing. Y'all think I'm playing? Go talk to an old couple. How long you been together? 25 years? 30 years? Oh, okay. How y'all, what's the secret to it? The man don't be having no fucking answer. The woman be like, a lot of patience. All that shit that they was yapping about yesterday, what the men was looking for in the girlies, a lot of patience. A lot of, like just stick to itiveness. They use not being combative. Taking care of him, cooking for him. A lot of that. I'll never hear her tell me what he did for her. It's always what she had to do for him or what she had to do to rationalize staying with that motherfucker. He gotta be my piece. He not getting upset when he brought home an outside baby, tolerating, the first 2 outside babies, I was hurt. But we're a bigger family now and we grew from it. And believing in God, faith in God, Jesus Christ, like it's always some shit like that. Looking past infidelity. I mean, a man's gonna be a man is gonna be a man at the end of the day. When he first cheated, I definitely blame myself. But later on, I started to realize he's just a man. He's just a man. And when I started to take my faith away from him and put it in our Lord and Savior, that was when our relationship came together and our bond grew and it became more strong, because really at the end of the day, he's just a man and the Lord is God. And I'm like, yeah, bro, I could tell. And how long have you been married, ma'am? Oh, 37 years. Yep. Figured.
The pick me voice took me out. God saved our marriage publicly. He's still overcoming.
Yeah, he's still overcoming. The Lord is still working on him like he is doing with all of us. A lot of that gets to happen. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Courtney said, Cornell is not perfect by far, but I love him and he is my husband. And I made a vow to God.
Who said that?
Portia from Real Housewives.
Oh, yeah. That sounds like some. They always be saying shit like that. All the housewives be saying wild shit. I'll be like, girl, that man does not like you.
That lady who did the God Save My Marriage, the video talk, the series, that shit was wicked. She said that man cheated on her and had a baby on her, then left her while she was pregnant, came back, cheated again, and she still said, God is just working on her, like working on us the way he's working on everyone else.
Yeah. Somebody said Mary. I seen a couple of their little episodes. I was like,
yeah, ain't a husband. He stay cheating on her.
I seen a couple of them episodes. I was like, yeah, I'm out on this one. Y'all ain't about to get me all. I can't get my emotions caught up in them shows. I'll be watching them shows. I'll be watching them reality, especially the ones with black people on there. I'll be watching them shows like I'll be watching my team lose. Like I'll be sitting there like this the whole time, like, stand up. I'll be yelling at the screen like, girl, stand up. Like for real, like please.
You so weak in the knees.
You clock in. I'll be really in there like, clock in, girl, stand up. You really letting this man play in your face like this. Like, wow, okay. I can't watch it now. I could do it. I could do it like 10, 15 years ago, but I can't do it now. It be hitting. I be really in a different place. I'm like, yeah, this fucked up. Because I'm basically watching somebody get abused in real time. You know what I'm saying? And that shit ain't funny to me. Like, I'm just watching the abuse happen and I'm just watching it play out. And I'm like, this ain't the look. Let me read this super chat though, y'all. Let me read the super chat. Tawana said, it appears that men are taking this critique as an attack rather than seeing the love in the correction. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly what's happening. Men take everything as an attack if you're not retching around and giving them something from the letting them hit it from the bike. If you're not coddling the man balls, it's a problem. It's an issue. If you're not giving them that cookie, it's a problem. That's the issue. Hold on. Let me read this last super chat. Antoine said, there are definitely ways to vet men. One main thing is let him talk, especially card talking point games. Oh, okay. I know what you're saying. Playing those games. Okay. Always question when he is vague. Always question when he is vague. Okay. Mommy's downstairs. Thank God. My reinforcements have come. The prototype. Let the prototype get up in this thing one time, and then we're gonna spin the block on the thing. Oh, Dante, what's good with you, man? Appreciate you. The prototype, what's good with you, man? We doing great, man. What's happening?
Is your hand over your mic? I think your hand might be over your mic. You kind of sound muffled.
Your mic sound like you got the fan on that motherfucker like this.
Is it like, is your phone against something?
Your phone against an AC unit? You got the phone against an AC unit, huh?
And Beyonce fan.
And they said he in a blender.
He said he got headphones in. He the last airbender.
that boy doing like this in the whip. Hey, what you talking about the prototype? You was wondering why Rick was getting pushback? Is that what you said?
Yeah, you can hear me now?
Yeah, we got you now. Go ahead.
That's a lot better.
Yeah, I was trying to see why he was getting so much pushback on the men that get validation for the good things they do.
But because people, it's weird to give somebody a cookie for doing the things that they're supposed to do.
Okay, understood. So my thing is, so like, would it be better if all men, all women start crashing out? I feel like this will a wedge get drove in. You know what I'm saying? Because if everybody start crashing out, then there's gonna be an even bigger problem. So if somebody standing up for the good doing, yeah, like you ain't gotta stroke a person's ego. You know what I'm saying? Give them a gigantic
the prototype. Rick, I want Rick and the prototype to answer this question. When was the last time y'all complimented women as a whole? And don't say I do it all the time. What was it? When was it? For what reason? When was the last time you said you were like, hey man, because y'all love talking about single baby mamas. Y'all really was on some like single baby mamas really doing a great job. The kids is, you know what I'm saying? Like the kids is thriving and you know, whatever. When was the last time you did something like that for women?
Last time I did that was when I always give a person a problem.
Nah, bro, don't. When was the last time you did that? Who? I'm asking the prototype first, and then go ahead.
I always do that. I actually told my baby mama that, you know what I'm saying? Like I gave her a problem.
Do y'all? Yeah, y'all not seeing. You want me to believe this? Go ahead, Rick.
House. That housing report came out that said all the women were buying more houses, and niggas like, damn, they really out here kicking our ass. Y'all doing y'all thing. So like, I can appreciate when y'all do dope shit. Like, I don't have a problem acknowledging it.
You know what would have been a really good time? Yesterday when you was fighting for your life, trying to stick up for the men that showed up to the Black Lives Matter movements, that would have been a perfect time for you to acknowledge how much women, because yesterday we were talking about black women and black men. That would have been a great time for you to point out specifically how black women be on the front line standing up for black men. You see what I'm saying? Instead, you was fighting tooth and nail. You was fighting tooth and nail for a fucking cookie.
Hold on, Rick. Hold on, Ricky Bobby. Hey, yo, the black women did a great job organizing.
It's too late now.
Hold on, Ricky Bobby. Hold on. I said, if y'all had just been like, yo, the black women did a great job organizing, I'm like, y'all know they did their thing. But y'all was saying, yeah, these niggas wasn't there. Y'all never around. It's like, damn, son. Like, what are you talking about?
Here's the thing. Y'all be the same men when women talk about the things that they, especially when single mothers talk about the things they do for their kids. Y'all be the same men in the comments and in the box saying, you supposed to do that. That's what you're supposed to do. Because y'all
I've definitely heard that. I've definitely heard that before.
You want a prize? You want a cookie for being a mother? You want a cookie because you stayed?
I don't say that.
But do you? But
you keep y'all ask me about me.
Niggas like you, Ricky.
I don't do that.
Niggas like you, Ricky, your cousin, Ricky.
It's the niggas you defended, Rick. I ain't gonna even hold you.
It's the ones you caping for.
It's the ones you caping for right now that they do that. And that's the thing. The dudes that need to, and by the way, Rick, you were the guy, huh?
Why you know my name, nigga? That's my real name. What you know? What you mean?
Ricky, your real name with the
I'm intuitive. I just thought Ricky.
yeah, what the fuck? Rick is short for Ricky.
Your real name is Rick.
Yeah, if your name is Rick, your full name Ricky. We know. That fool's tripping.
So my dad's name is Ricky.
Nah, we don't care about the history of Rick. That's a plain ass name, bro. We don't give a fuck. Your name ain't cool enough to give us a backstory on it, nigga. We don't give a fuck. Your name, if your name was like Sagittarius or something, like, all right, you could tell, you know what I'm saying? Thor, yeah, you give us a little backstory. Nigga, name Rick. The fuck? We do not.
Too much on me. Go ahead.
Your name, my middle name Gregory, bro. That'd be like me up here talking about how you know my name Gregory. They call me Greg. That's true. How you know my name Gregory? You told me that the other day. It's a lot of weird niggas named Gregory, but that's my middle name though.
I wanted to ask, what do you mean by like crashing out? Like who's crashing out? Like what does that consist of?
Yeah, like, okay. Now, you know, it's some men that's contributing for the good. If all men just start crashing out, okay, let's take Pull for example. If Pull just say stop trying to, like, get men for the city wrong and start, like, being the problem, what he trying to get everybody to see, you don't see how that'll be a bigger problem. Like, we give Pull his props, so, like, other men that count to both sides of the spectrum, they need their props too.
Who get public shit? I was gonna say who be giving me my props?
Prototype, not two.
Who?
I'm not gonna lie though, I see more men get up here and give props than women. If I'm gonna be honest, the men get up here and be like, "Hey, Pud, you know, da 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 da."
Nah, well, I will say this, Lux. Hey, I don't think that that's true. First and foremost, because I see it. I can tell you from my observation, I see women give me they cash app. All that's to me. That's you know what I'm saying. That's the appreciation. They also like Osa told me right now. She was like, love the live, whatever. Women do it all the time. It's constantly. I think we just don't notice it when women do it because it's second nature for women. But when men do it, it's like, oh, look at that. Because when one man does it, it looks like it's like comparable to 100 women doing it in our minds. Because it's like when do men actually do that? You know what I mean? But I definitely know for a fact, from my perspective, if I actually was to like do a tally, it ain't even close. It's like 10,000. I get like 10,000, big ups and props from women before I get one like, you doing all right. from a man. Like,
but it's like you said, when you take your kids out, everybody be like treating you like father of the year versus when your wife take your kids out.
Yeah.
It's like they be judging her, or they barely even acknowledge the fact that she got her hands full.
Yep.
You know, like, oh, you doing the doggone thing. Like, people, believe it or not, and y'all talk about how people go up for Mother's Day. Y'all don't give women the credit they deserve on a regular basis. That's why Mother's Day be such a big deal, because it's the one day that people display this gross amount of attention to mothers, and y'all be hating it. Oh, y'all don't do it for the fathers. Nigga, you better take your kid. Wait, you better take your kids out without their mama. Nigga, when the last time you took the kids out without the mama?
I don't like doing it, but I'll be having to do it. Hold on, let me read these super chats. Miss Truth Teller said black men also have jealousy issues towards black women. Damn, that's true. That's why they can't acknowledge our positive attributes, without a doubt. And it's really tough. See, I think it's easier for I would say the same thing for Latino men too, but it's easier for like like white T men to big up white T women, because there's still such a divide between white T men and white T women. Especially like economically, right? And social status and social capital. There's still a wide divide between white T men and white women. So they could get, oh, here goes your little crumbs of, yeah, you're doing good. Yeah, we see. But, they still know that they the man. But black men and black women, you know what I'm saying? Black women right there with us. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of areas, they kind of whooping our ass. So, black men, instead of acknowledging that it's not a competition, we should be cooperating with black women. We go to our capitalistic nature, which is competition, and we try to sun them, we try to put them down, we try to disparage them. We tell them that, what you want a cookie for? Yeah, so what? You got a job and got two kids. You should have chose a better baby daddy. You wouldn't have to do that on your own. Like, that'd be our approach to, you know what I'm saying, to the situation. That shit's crazy.
But Pub, it was like a nigga told me in a lie one time when I was like, listen, even though I'm a single mother, I ain't never been destitute. Like, I was able to put my kid in daycare, put her in ballet and gymnastics. Like, she get everything she need. We don't want for nothing. He don't pay child support. Somebody gonna tell me, oh, well, big money, you got it. So what you need his money for? So it's little stuff like that y'all be constantly shitting on us.
Let me tell y'all something right now. Black men can't say nothing because we invented the term big money. We came up with the term. That's like that's one of the most disrespectful phrases ever said in niggerdom is big money. That shit is crazy, diabolical even. I didn't even know that was a thing until I started talking to women. They was like, yeah, he called me big money. I was like, what? What? Dudes be out here. I couldn't imagine being jealous of a woman's money.
Where I'm from, if the dude calling you big money, he about to rob you.
Yeah. He got some ulterior motives for sure.
You should get away from that.
They do pretty much.
They trying to do something to that woman. Let me read this super chat though. Osa said $5 on the prototype. We not giving compliments for bare minimum behavior. You're not a child. I thought you are supposed to be the leaders. Exactly. Hey man, I'm just saying at some point we gotta stop looking for this external validation. It's wild. It's really wild. But go ahead, the prototype. I know you wanted to push back earlier. Go ahead, fam. Why you got that picture of Jason's lyric up there?
Hey, that looks just like you, Paul.
You a fucking lie.
I do not look like this nigga. What? That's it. Hey, and there ain't no shade. I don't know his name, but Jason was that guy. Now I ain't gonna even hold you. I rock with Jason. Jason's lyric. That was my guy. But I don't look like that guy, bro. You think I'm that light skinned? That nigga look like Shamar Moore, man. What you? Why you? Is it the lights? You think I'm light skinned? Is it the lighting? Why y'all calling me light skinned? I am not light skinned, bro. Y'all tripping. Alan Payne, that's his name. I am not light skinned, brother, at all. I am definitely not light skinned. Like this is
definitely the lighting.
It got to be the lighting, because y'all been on an illustrious run and calling me light skinned for about the last month, and I'm not understanding where the fuck this is coming from. This is crazy.
When I gotta go to write something, talk to y'all later.
All right, bet, Rick. Let me read this super chat. Antoine, he said, as a single father, Antoine said, as a single father, I give props to mothers. I know the struggles. Keep your head up, ladies. We didn't have children wanting to be a single parent. A lot of those red pill dudes was asking, where my hug in high school? They sure were. They sure were. Go ahead, the prototype.
Yeah, I don't know who was talking. I don't know if it was Shani or Kate, but you know, women be with the kids majority of the time, right?
Yep.
And I'll say not majority of women are on this well. So you're not gonna really give props to women that's just I'll say they're picked wrong. So they still get complimented more than men. But the thing is this. The thing is that it be so cliche till they overlook the compliments. It ain't like it's not happening.
You got to be, you a motherfucking.
What is happening, the prototype? That is not true.
That's it.
No, that's actually the truth. They get complimented so much that they look over it, like terms and conditions.
Who gets complimented that? Women?
Anybody, men will say something, but they'll overlook it. They'll take it like if you go out right now and a child and a woman doing something for a child, a man might walk over and say something to the child and say, "Oh yeah, you doing so woo woo woo." But that's a compliment. You know what I'm saying? That makes a person want to go hard.
I mean, I'm gonna be very honest. I don't really think men be approaching women while they're with their kids trying to like compliment them.
I don't know about that one.
That don't even sound right.
As a
Are you complimenting the mom for being a mom, or are you just hitting on her?
Yeah.
And because she's rejecting you, that's her not taking her.
Are you just like, oh, I see it because this is single baby mama, she probably desperate. Let me go over and slide in it. That's what I'm getting from this. Like, what is we talking about here?
Those are two completely different scenarios, prototype. You said however it goes. That's not the same thing.
Somebody in the comments said, yeah, men compliment women on their bodies. Like, yeah.
You have 4 kids and you look like that? That's the kind of compliment y'all be.
You have 4 kids and you look like that. Crazy. Crazy.
And let's be really honest, y'all even like compliment women, it's not really coming from like a genuine place, because y'all really don't be going out of your way to interact with women unless y'all are trying to get on women. Like y'all don't really be just having like normal random like interactions with women. It's always that ulterior motive behind it. That's why a lot of y'all's compliments get rejected. Like we brush it off. Whereas like if a gay man were to compliment us, that's different.
Mm-hmm. Or a woman.
Compliments us, that's different. But straight men, like y'all don't be going out of your way to be nice to people, because y'all are not nice in general. Like y'all are mean sometimes. So like of course women are gonna brush off your compliments because it's not coming from a genuine place.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something right now. I ain't gonna say no Diddy or nothing, because this just is what it is. Men compliment me all the time. The number one complimenter is for me, for men, for my is another man. It's another man. I get men always complimenting me. Oh, bro.
Compliment other men and not make it sexual. Like,
yeah, no, it don't be nothing weird. It be straight up legit.
But when they compliment women, the issue is, that's what I was trying to say before. Like, are you just hitting on her and she not taking it right? Because your compliments be like what Kay said, you look like that after 4 kids, or like Shannon said in the comments, all right, boy, I see you got your mama looking good out here today. Like, it has a sexual, like Shawnee was saying, a sexual alternative motive. It don't have any rare, and I actually have had men that I've been walking on there, oh, your skirt is very pretty, have a great day, and they genuinely don't want no other interaction. But most of the time, there's a motive of, can I get your number, or what's up, or so what's, you know, like it's always something like that. And
that's a lie, Lux. I'm calling Cap. If he said you had on a nice skirt and y'all walk past each other, trust me, when you was he was doing like this, hoping you was going. He was hoping you was him.
But he didn't take it further.
I know, I'm just playing.
But public, they'll see how a woman take care of their kids, and they want to be on the docket. They like, oh shit, look at her kids clean. She clean. She got a nice car.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what that's like.
Mm-hmm.
See if she'll take care of me. That's what they be looking for. They want them fruit snacks at the house.
Yeah. Oh, I see you got the big case of Capri Suns.
The compliments do be genuine. It's just like if they see a crease that they can take it further, they're gonna take it further.
Then it's not genuine, the prototype. Then it's not genuine.
I mean, it is. You just putting a cap on what you're doing. You capitalizing on it. Like you never know what situation may turn into what. You know what I'm saying?
That's not genuine. They speak for another motherfucking man.
Okay.
Let me ask y'all this. So why do my genuineness have to be limited?
What you mean, sir?
You added the limit. No, but you added the limit. Your limit was opportunity. Nobody else put that limit on you but you. If your thing came from nothing other than, I wanted to make somebody feel nice today. Hey, you look good. You smell good. Walk past it. Move on, then that's cool. As soon as you added the motive of opportunity, that's literally what we're talking about.
But that's what I'm saying. Like after you entertain it and should I just cut it off? No. Like if I see the energies, well, yeah, I'm gonna capitalize on it. It's not that I'm going into it with the motive that just being my driven motive. No, I'm genuinely saying I see you and I want to give you your hug. I want to pay you homage. So if you entertain me after that, it's just that.
Most men
pay some of these motherfucking bills.
That's the real compliment. But wait, hold on.
Get the likes up, y'all.
Please do. Hey man, let's real quick, little break. Hold on, wait, real quick break, y'all. Let's definitely let's get the lights up. We need some gifts. We need some gifts flowing in this thing. Let's try to knock out some of these gift goals. I'm trying to creep up on that leaderboard. Man. Help your boy out. Let's get the gifts flowing. Let's knock out some of these gift goals. It's super easy. You know what I'm saying? Couple of, you know what I mean? Bang the cash out one time, $1 a do. You was 384 people in here, man. Hey, but real quick, men don't be complimenting women on the right shit too. That's the thing. It's like that we not really observing. So when we go in there, we don't be complimenting them on like what they really be doing. We'll go in there. Said Omega. We don't go in there and be like, yo, you know, I saw like how you your kids look real happy and well taken care of, and you know, because that's a weird compliment when you think about it, to walk up and tell a stranger that, right? So it usually would have to happen like in a situation, you know what I mean? Like they're doing something, like they out at Chuck E. Cheese, they out at the whatever, they got all the kids, you just see them like, damn, mom, I see you holding it together. Right? It got to be something like that. You know what I mean? Doing great. Kids looking like they having fun. Yeah, be safe, you know, whatever. But that shit is so rare, bro. Like people don't never like men don't be going out their way to compliment women without an ulterior motive, bro. Like, let's just be honest, fam. That's just what it is, bro.
He literally said he had the motive, saying that's a motive. Opportunity is the motive. Mm-hmm. Like, that's literally what we're saying. Like, and you're saying, oh, you know,
appreciate you, Sean.
You know, is right. If they're rejecting you, and if they're, you know, having some type of pushback to the compliment, the vibe wasn't right. That's the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I never said that, but okay, this is a situation. Ever since I was a youth, I seen a lot of moms take their child to the barbershop, and me, I always compliment them. And you know what I'm saying? Like, they still gave them a genuine conversation. I never seen it like went nowhere other than it, but it was just genuine. That's just one scenario though.
And y'all talked about her booty when she left.
Definitely.
Man.
Definitely.
Nigga, I hushed 2 barbers, nigga. You I know what $50 to drop K. 50 to drop K. $50 to drop her ass. I'm tired.
Hey, Paul. Hey, I want to speak on your first time.
Okay.
I I can't see it though.
It say men can't vet men because their behaviors are the same.
I don't think that necessarily true. I think they vet it properly. They vet properly because it's they respond out of what their trauma needed. So they vetted who they wanted, you know what I'm saying? So to be around. So I feel like they vet thoroughly when it comes to that because like I said, they vet who they want to be around and who they're I wouldn't even say accepted by, but what's the word? Basically like
Wait, I'm sorry. Just for confirmation, you saying men do that?
yeah. Like we don't know we like I ain't gonna say we, yeah, I'm gonna say we really don't know ourselves, so we circle ourselves around people that got similar things going on. So we try to find we go out and vet people of that caliber.
Wait, that's a contradiction. You just said you don't know yourselves, so you surround yourselves with people that are like-minded. That's not.
Right.
That's a contradiction. How do you not know yourself to surround yourself?
I'm about to make it make sense.
Okay, we waiting.
Okay.
They put $2 on K head. They said she acting up. Go ahead, the prototype.
If you don't know yourself, you don't know what you truly want. You're just gonna go after the things that just are more accessible. If that makes sense.
Okay.
So you're saying men don't know themselves, so they're just going into what they want, right?
Know yourself, know your worth, nigga.
Yeah. It might sound cliche, but yeah, like
I don't.
Like they vet thoroughly on what they want. It's just not what they need.
All right. Let me ask Mr. High Value. Mr. High Value, what's good, man? Were you? I was just reacting to what the prototype was saying.
Man, to be honest, I was just listening and reacting to all of y'all because a lot of people come in my space and always, mention you and as I'm guessing your message.
Mm-hmm.
And like I told him, I said, guys, when he was here in my space, the brother was respectful. I mean, I feel like the message he pushing is called balance. You know what I mean? You got the red pill, you got the blue pill, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But why everybody's so mad at you? So I'm just sitting and listening, trying to figure out why everybody don't like you. But I haven't heard or seen anything yet that I can say you're doing wrong right now.
That's interesting.
Motherfucking haters.
Oh, stick around.
Yeah, but as far as the topic, men can't vet men because, well, I mean, to be honest with you, we had this conversation every week in the barbershop.
Mm-hmm.
And this prior week, I go every Friday. We was having a conversation about, the whole overseas movement, passport things and all of that. And everybody got mad at me because, I pretty much kind of like, made some statements towards the fellas as far as, they was complaining about baby mamas and this and this. And I said, to be honest with y'all, that's a broke man problem. I mean, men that's constantly complaining about the baby mama and complaining about women, in my views, in certain aspects, it's a broke man issue. A man that's firm and assertive in who he is and what he wants, and come with a certain standard, he don't even attract that kind of energy. But then, of course, I understand it's the flip side to it, where women is not all perfect and they're not all bad either. But everybody got mad at me, So
why do you think they got mad at you? What were they? What was their pushback to that?
Well, because of course I supposed to say everything that favors men, as far as basically, you can just want what you want and don't have to come with something that will allow this woman to yield and rest in that femininity that everybody's complaining about. I also spoke on how when men talk about how masculine women are, and I said, well, maybe if men was, on their shit and doing what they're supposed to do, these women would not have to resort or lessen collapse to that kind of energy.
And what is that? What is and when you speak of masculine energy, what are you referring to?
Meaning, like for example, yesterday my topic was why black men not marry black women, and I was specifically calling out men, and I said, well, look, we keep talking about that we're not leaders. The first thing you lead with, or as a leader, you must lead with intentions, with the honesty, truth. You must be accountable. You must, present certain elements to a woman to make her comfortable to even want to trust you in that manner. And of course, I got a little more pushback than what I expected, but basically the mindset of most men that I'm observing today is just do what I say. I'm the master. I'm the man. I have a cojones, and that's it. And to me, that's problematic. I do feel like men needs to reevaluate their situations a little more. We do need to correct each other a little more, but I do understand what my guy said in the shop the other day. He says, well, when we correct other men, it's a very strong chance of violence. I've seen that before, meaning you correct a man on certain actions, you get emotional, you get, and it's his lower self, and it does turn physical. And then a lot of times brothers will say, well, you know what, that ain't my business. That ain't got nothing to do with me or my situation. And I disagree with that to a certain degree because I feel like each man is a reflection of our so-called race. And how we conduct ourselves publicly or privately is something that's called an ethnic image. And when the world sees that we don't hold each other accountable, we don't really speak to a lot of the negative things that we, let's say, oppressed our communities, our women, our families with, it seems to be okay. And that's just not, I just don't agree with that. So, of course, I was the outcast this week in the shop because, I pretty much just spoke against a lot of the toxicity that we've been exhibiting towards not only ourselves, our peers, but our women.
So you see the reaction that you got, and I don't even think anything you said was even, you offered like the most like, benign critiques of men or black men or whatever, right? And they look how hard they was pushing back. So when you ask why, I don't know why they be hating on you. It's that's what it is. The same way that they got upset with you, they get upset with me, but because I go in, like my shit don't be topical. My shit be like very, like I go in. I be picking at that open wound that exists. Yeah, I'm I get surgical with this bitch, and that shit be pissing them off. You know what I'm saying? So, like you said, when you,
in my opinion, that's called balance, bro. We need that.
Yeah.
I mentioned you and I said that when everybody was like, yo, if you really listen to him, he'll send people out of the women. And I said, well, y'all, listen, that's balance. You had Kevin Samuels, now you got public offender. That's balance.
Yeah.
The message just may be correct. It's just the delivery seemed like to me, y'all don't like how the man delivering this message.
Well, I gotta disagree a little bit. I'm not pandering or simping. B, Kevin Samuels actually was pandering and simping. But men love panderers and simps. They just love it when they're pandering to them and simping to them, right? So they love Kevin Samuels when he was lying to them, and Kevin Samuels wasn't right. He wasn't right. He was incorrect in what. I'm not saying everything he said was wrong, because some of the things he said was common sense. Get a job, clean your ass, get an education, duh, right? I'm not gonna disagree with that. But his underlying message of like, lead with your wallet. Men are paychecks and women are objects to be obtained. And man, if you want a woman, you just got to make money and all like that was wrong 100%. When he said to let that man cheat in peace, as long as it ain't no love involved, then why can't a man sleep with however many women? You got to expect that out of a quote unquote high value man. When he told that woman that it was okay, when he told that woman that she was crazy for believing her daughter in a hypothetical situation, that she was believing her daughter, that she was crazy for believing her daughter if her daughter came to her and said that her daughter was touched by that man. Like, he was wrong.
I 100% agree with you because on that, listen, I checked out a lot of his content. Of course, I watched a lot of his content because once again, it's all about balance with me. Prior to me losing my IG, I was almost at 100K. I went viral a lot for my vines and all that stuff back in the day, and that following transferred over. But of course, once I lost that IG, a lot of those messages that I talked about way back then that we talking about now prior to Kevin Samuels, I wouldn't give no credit for it today, and that's just the truth. Now, A lot of that stuff he did push, I did not agree with. Once again, it was things that I did agree with. But
what did you agree with? What did you agree with?
I agree with the message that men needs to, honor up, meaning, definitely get back to being, civilized entities, running the world, business minded, structured, real so-called masculine principles. I agree with that.
So you don't.
Because when I look at most men today, it screams loud and clear to me why women don't yield to that.
Why do you think? Why do you think women aren't? Well, here's what I'm saying. So that's what I mean. I disagree. I think that's a bad message to push. I think the message should always be cooperation and not domination, right? We should be we should be moving well beyond getting back to anything men used to do, because men ain't never been good, right? As a whole. Not saying you have never been good or I've never been good, but men as a whole in the last 10,000 years, what have we done that's so good, right? For everybody, not just for men, not just for certain groups of men even, right?
That's what I'm speaking to, as far as men. Okay, for example, when I look at my family archive, I can go all the way back to the 1800s, right? That's how deep my family go from up north on down, towards the deep south region, and of course my dad being from the west coast.
Okay.
So when I look at our family archive and I look back at our family, history, there was a lot of wealthy people on my father's side of the family in that between that late 1910, 1920, and then of course my great-great-grandmother, 1940 era, she's in her late 80s right now, going into her 90s.
Mm-hmm.
I see a lot of unity, a lot of success, business owners, structured principles, and no one was beating on the women, no one was mistreating the women, because my grandparents and great aunts that still living to talk about and testify to this. A lot of that stuff that we have in this regurgitational conversations about, a lot of times it's being really stretched, but it's fine. I accept that, because once again, my family did disclose to me that a lot of that stuff was taking place as well, but it just wasn't on the extreme level that is being perpetuated today. So when I look at the men back in that era, like such as some of the men that I model myself after, when I call myself high value, I'm not speaking on money. I'm speaking more on the higher self. That's a whole other conversation. When I look at that, I look at how the men were very oriented, very business-minded, very family structured. And be mindful, these were not educated men. These were not men of degrees or any of these terms that we use today. They were self-made men. But it was mainly driven by their family, legacy, longevity. The things that men don't look into or even care about today, like, for example, like I asked my man, because, we were talking about when I got my ex-wife, separated, and I said, well, listen, I sabotaged my marriage for my personal desires. It had nothing to do with her. But I said, but here was the biggest mistake that I made in my early 20s when I did settle with her. I had no intentions. I had no longevity. I had no plan. I was working in government. I was making a lot of money. I was attractive a little bit. So, I felt like that was enough. But not understanding that I forgot those principles that was instilled by my dad, by my grandfather, to be intentional. And when I settled with that woman, my intentions was based on how beautiful she was and to get what I wanted. Once I got in that situation, I realized, damn, I'm now making, or let's say living, or let's say I became the product that I despised at one point in time, that I was taught against. So once I had to reflect and realize those mistakes that I made, I had to reevaluate myself, unlearn and relearn, and go and sit out somewhere and really look at myself, self-reflect and say, damn, you dropped the ball.
Mm.
So when we had these conversations now, once again, you ask most men, bro, where do you see yourself 5 years with this, 5 years from now with this woman? Most of the time, they can't even tell you what they're thinking about the next day. It's just no intentions. There's no nothing, no legacy, no business mind. It's nothing. So when I hear how the women is talking, I hear how the men is talking, because I listen to both sides.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, quite honest, I understand why women don't want to really deal with men, why they choose an education over them.
Why do you think that is? If you could short answer, give me one, why do you think that is?
Why women would choose an education over men?
Yeah, why are so many women abstaining from men altogether?
The shortest answer in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Because men is not, and they're now natural position that they supposed to be operating in. They're just not.
Okay.
And that goes with everything come with being a man. The word man means mind first. It doesn't mean, you know,
I have a different take on that. I think so going back to your you know, you were talking about back in the day, right? I could tell you the story of my family, right? My mother suffered great abuse. My grandmother suffered great abuse. On my mother's side, my sister, my auntie did. Not buying it, get high value up out of here. They put 5 on his head. My sister suffered great abuse. My grandmother on my father's side had 6 kids. My grandfather got injured. She nursed this man back to health, and then he left her and the 6 kids and moved across town and married a white Hite woman. Had children with her, stayed with that family, you know, for 40, 50 years, however long it was. Abandoned his 6 children. My father abandoned me. My brother's father abandoned him. My father also was abusive. Neglect is abuse, but I mean, he was abusive in the home. To my sister, who was my adopted sister. She was my cousin, but he abused her. Let me see. My mom's boyfriend was abusive. So when you speak on like like, that's great that your family doesn't have that track record, but I think that my story reflects way more of the common practices of men, which is to be abusive to women and children, right? And that's why women, short answer is abuse. That's why women are abstaining from relationships with men. I don't know about like all that, you know, all that other stuff, like being a man, and I don't know. To me, that's vague. But my very specific.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of abuse? Because my background is law enforcement.
Yeah. So like I spoke.
For 9 years enforcing law for 9 years, and
yeah,
I got to be honest. You know, when you look at, depending on, you know, what part of the continent you're on, whether it's the west, north, south, or like me, I'm on the east. You know, I'm on the east side of the continent of the country. I'm looking at statistics. I'm looking at all of these different, you know, numbers and things like this. But I gotta be very transparent and honest. You know, even when I was on when I worked with the local municipalities, whether it was state or city, you know, we dealt with, let's say, crime intervention and things like that. I'm sorry, crime prevention. A lot of that violence and aggressiveness that I saw, truthfully, came a lot from women.
Okay, I know that's it. And so let me ask you a question. And I love that you mentioned law enforcement, right? Okay, what percentage of police officers self-reported to be abusive to their wives?
To really be honest with you, the last time that I looked at those numbers, it was anywhere between 2 and under 1%. Under 1%. Really none of it.
No, 40%. Yeah. 100 without a doubt, sir. I read this years ago. 40% of law enforcement, when they were polled, they self-reported. I want to make that clear. Self-reported being abusive. Listen, hold on. Self-reported being abusive. So and if you were working, and this goes back up to me and Ken Vet, right? Because you worked in law enforcement, but you didn't see the abuse. How could you, like, you didn't even see it? So I'm not even blaming you for that, but you know, they were hiding it from you, you know, whatever. But yeah, but when you ask me what abuse am I talking about, physical is one, right? Emotional is another one, and sexual is one. And and the men in my family exercise all of them, right?
I saw the stat where it goes into between the 34 to 39% that reported that you're speaking on far as the physical.
Oh, financial. Sorry, I forgot that. I forgot financial. My bad. Yeah, financial too. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let's say not physical, financial. I'm talking about the abuse that went unreported, such as mental abuse. Because if we look at it from a psyche aspect, because, you know, my ex-wife was a mental health practitioner, a physical scar will heal over quite, you know, some time. Let's say, you know, a matter of weeks, sometimes years. But mental abuse or verbal abuse is what I know is so it seems to never go away.
Yeah, but yeah, but no matter, but Mr. High Value, but it doesn't matter what the abuse is. Men do it exponentially more than women. You know what I'm saying? And this narrative that men are trying to spin now that women are they initiate the abuse and they do it more. At best, it's reactionary. At best, a woman screaming at you is them reacting to something you did to her, more than likely, right? Like, let's be real. Women ain't because logically, wait, Mr. Hold on, wait. Let me finish what I'm saying. Because logically speaking, it doesn't make sense for a woman to be emotionally abusive to a man because she is putting herself in harm's way in the physical form, right? So it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no logical sense that women are the ones who are actually pushing emotional abuse because that is very much they are inviting their own demise. And women, last time I checked, are very good at self-preservation. They really are. Like, they're really smart about it, right? So I'm not buying that women are the ones that are out here being the most abusive. That is a very terrible talking point, to say the least. I think it's harmful and it's toxic. It's trying to do this. There are certain things that you cannot see both ways. There are certain things you can't be on both sides of the fence on, right? Like racism. You can't be on both sides of the fence, right? You cannot talk about racism from the aspect of like, well, white tea people just, they didn't get it all wrong. And no, it's bad, right? All of it. We got to get rid of all of it, right? So when we talk about this stuff, it is all bad. I don't do both sides. Right, you'll find that about me. I don't play both sides. It doesn't mean that I'm not open-minded and I don't see bigger pictures and all of that stuff. I understand nuance. I can see bigger pictures, but I don't do both sides because when it comes to abuse, there's only one side. It is virtually impossible for two people to or for two groups to abuse one another simultaneously. It doesn't make sense, right? So women aren't abusing men while simultaneously being abused by men. That doesn't make any sense. I know that the vast majority of abuse is being executed by men, is being perpetrated by men onto women and children and other men. Even take women out of the scenario, take children out of the scenario. You and me are more likely to be abused or violated or unalived or beat up or whatever you want to say by another man. So by far, not even close. Now let's take that same logic and go into the house with the woman and children, and all of a sudden men want me to believe that women are just as abusive or even close. It don't make no sense. We're more abusive to one another.
I agree, but now I gotta be all of the transparent. I don't support either side of it, right? Like, for example, that's part of what we talked about on my episodes that I had yesterday. I said, guys, whether it's men, women, whoever, you got to the point before the game, always bringing out the so-called statistics and all that stuff. And I'm not saying I don't agree with it, but I have my bias to that because me being in that world for so long, I understand how sociology is and how that stuff is compiled together. And a lot of times, it's not really effective based on really exposed to foul people, but that's a whole other conversation. But as I tried to explain to them yesterday, I said, look, guys, it doesn't really, at this point, if it's more than men, abusive or not. The fact is,
and Mr. High Value, can you do me a favor real quick? Your microphone is real muffled. I've been trying to, it's really hard to hear you. I don't know if
you're in like a small room,
or you got on headphones or something. I don't know.
Not for nothing. I ain't gonna hold you, but you saying that you have biases towards statistics tracks, given that you're in law enforcement, and law enforcement tends to be biased towards victim. But I ain't gonna hold you.
Well, no, well, you're wrong there. And with all due respect,
I'm actually not.
No. Listen. You're wrong when it comes to me, man. Respectfully. I have no bias when it comes towards the victim or any of that. I have bias to the truth. I have bias based on the facts. I don't deal with emotionalism and I don't deal with the blame game. What the facts is this. If a man is being abusive to a woman physically, mentally, and emotionally, he's wrong. He needs to be dealt with. If it's physical, let the law deal with him. The courts will sort it out according to the victim testimony statement in the charges that she filed. I don't get into the gray lines. I'm black and white. I join the good and forbid the evil at all times, even against myself. And that's hard for most people to do. But I understand keeping it platinum is hard for a lot of people to do. So no, ma'am, you're wrong. Respectfully, when I say I have a certain bias towards it, based on what I experienced working with them people, understanding how they can power a lot of that information together. A lot of it is really them, you know. I'm not going to get into that whole space, but I'm just
because there are different types of research and different levels.
What it's supposed to be.
Right, but there are different types and different levels of research. And based on those different levels of research and how they compile data, there are different methods by which they do that. So some of it is just testimonial. That's a certain type of research. Then they have peer-reviewed studies where certain documents are reviewed. So there's a systematic review where you review several pieces of documentation. There's all sorts of ways to compile information. But to say that you're biased against statistics when they are also facts is gravely wrong.
How they're generated in most cases, meaning I have a disposition in how I feel towards where it's coming from, the people, the intentions, and things like that. That's what I mean by I have a bias at times when I'm reading this stuff. I'm also using a strong discernment and I'm cross-referencing a lot of this information. Because like yesterday, we had a woman who sat on my space yesterday and said, well, women couldn't have bank accounts at certain point. We went back and dug up those annotated codes. There's not a statute or a house bill nowhere on record that ever said a woman couldn't have a bank account. But it was on record that a woman was more liable to create what they will call debt at that moment in time when it came to spending. Yeah, that's why they permitted it or dispermitted it to be granted to her solely. Yeah, okay, I can understand that from at that moment, day and time, the way that the world and the economy was.
Like men weren't gambling away their paychecks or running women or having whole families across town. What's fiscally more irresponsible than that? Are you kidding me?
Time out. Here, okay. So hey, Mr. Ibai, I'm just gonna mute you for right now. You just got a lot of background noise. You can unmute when you get ready to talk. It wasn't until 1974 when the Equal Credit Opportunity Act passed that women in the U.S. were granted the right to open a bank account on their own. So women could never open a bank account on their own. It says technically women won the right to open a bank account in the 1960s, but many banks still refuse to let women do so without the signature of their husbands, right? So it sounds very similar to the plight of black people, right? Where they passed the law or and then they didn't recognize it or whatever the case may be. So I don't know where you got that information from, but women indeed could not have bank accounts until 1964. Women couldn't have driver's license until the 70s, 1974. Women also you talk about law enforcement. You could, as a man, you could sexually abuse your woman. And there was no repercussions. If you were married to her, there was no repercussions that she could take until 1993. Like there are the same way that there needed to be codes written for black people, there needed to be codes written for women. And as black people, black men or black peoples, whatever you want to look at, it's wild that men, it's so hard for black men to see the parallels and similarities in the struggle for the struggle that women have to go through and the struggle that black people have to go through, right? Because they are very similar and they are also very tied together. So if you want to go back to anything, like if you want to go back, because you say that a lot, oh yeah, we need to get back to whatever. If you want to go back, trust and believe us going back will also result in black people losing rights and losing privileges, right? Or not privileges, but losing rights. And women's rights are human rights. The same way black people's rights are human rights, right? The same way Palestinian rights are human rights. All of these things are human rights. And that's really important for us to remember. Go ahead.
Reproductive autonomy.
Wait
a second.
Yeah.
Even reproductive autonomy, including and not excluding birth control,
The ability for tubal ligation as well as a smortion was also tied to your husband had to sign for it.
Yeah.
And that's still the case in some states. So let's not.
And even when the law was passed, Kay, even when women could do that, the doctor still would be like, I'm not going to do it unless you go ask your husband, because they had the right to do, right? They could still float that one.
Because legally, he's her guardian. And listen, I don't know if y'all heard me clearly, but hold on. Wait a minute. Listen, hold on, ma'am, please. So listen, as I said earlier, there was no law indicating that she can't have a bank account without the husband. I was speaking to solely, meaning you were right. Prior to the 70s, yes, she could not go and do it on her own. I said that. Why? Because they looked at women as a financial risk.
No.
It's documented.
No.
Hold on. Listen, it's documented, right? But that's not the issue. The issue is the reason why it was like that is because when you look at these terms in legal definition, see, here's why these conversations get diluted and get misunderstood. When you go into a contract with the state, and the state is now the third party interloper, you can look everything these terms that I'm quoting. When you look these words up, you will see that when a woman goes under the guardianship or the wife, or let's say, let me keep it simple, a marriage with a man, legally he's responsible for her. So of course the laws was written as what we now see. The woman has to get permission. He was technically her protector, her guardian. Okay. In the law.
Mr. High Value, give me 1 second. I'm gonna let you finish. I gotta read these super chats real quick. Osa said, now this is to you, Mr. High Value. She said, tell your friends at the shop you destroyed the all women who were in your life. You will continue to destroy women because you have not done the work. Mrs. Truth Teller said, do these men talk to the women in their family to hear their side of the story, or do they ignore them? That's a good question, but he said he talked to the women, so that's what he said. Natural position is a wild comment. As soon as women got rights and made their own money, we have stopped pairing with men. Why do you think that is? Belle Thorne said, Baby Doll said, men don't see abuse as abuse if the woman fights back. Facts. Which that might be a little bit what's going on. Antoine, ladies, Mr. High Value is a perfect example of all you to do is all you have to do is let dudes talk, and they will show you who they really are. Just listen to him. And the last one says, black men refuse to learn new information, even if you present data research. Very scary. I mean, yeah. So respond.
So real quick, I can address all that real quick.
Okay.
So when we say a natural position, because once again, I'm very careful with the terms that I use on here because I done got flagged and got thrown in TikTok jail for so many times.
Me too.
And for going into, like, for example, I had a live that I think has really marginalized my platform. But, at one point in time, when I first started going live, I had 400 or 500 people in there with me. That when I did that live, talking to the LGBT world about why they, bully heterosexual people when they have opinions or different views on their lifestyle that does not, agree with it. And that went left. Since then, I've been,
You don't think that should have gone left? Even just that statement alone, you don't think that should have gone left?
Well, technically, no, because it was just a conversation. And in all fairness, hold on, I was in many spaces that was dominated by them that they invited me to because, they overheard my comments and things like that. And I had a respectful build with them. They was calling me names and saying stuff that I could never respond to because it ain't true. Like, I don't know none of these people in real life. Like, how I'm living in real life and what I got going on is documented. So, who I am in the business corporate world is documented. So I don't have to go back and forth about that. But I tried to have a fair and open, respectful conversation and answer the questions. You asked, hey, why do you don't feel like trans women is women? Okay, let's get into the science and then we can get into our personal opinions. They didn't want to do that. It was just strictly wanting to fight, bash, and talk about smacks. And that's when I realized it was a waste of time.
Could you imagine going, hold on, Mr. High Value, could you imagine going into a space with non-black people and have those people basically try to get you to explain to them try to get you to explain to them like your existence and your humanity, Would you feel comfortable doing that? Would you not? How would that not it would trigger me.
Many spaces like that, and we done had many discussions on those same type of subject matters: who we are, who they not, where they come from, and it was all
no. I know. I'm saying, but feel what I'm saying though. How is that respectful? Arguing.
Me to them spaces, though.
I know. I'm not talking about them. Listen. Hold on. Listen what I value. Hold on. Listen what I'm saying. Imagine you go into a space full of non-black people, right? The or whatever, a non-black person, whatever. I'm gonna say a Wahite person. You talking to a Wahite person. Do you feel comfortable explaining to them or like pleading for your humanity? Do you feel like explaining to you like that?
No, listen, it's not about what I like. It's about if I'm engaged in the conversation.
I know. I'm saying, do you feel?
I don't really deal with the emotions, brother. I gotta be real honest with you, right? Because you seem like a well-balanced man, and that's the only reason I'm gonna be trying. I don't really deal with the listen. I'm in corporate America.
Mm-hmm.
I got marginalized and held back because they felt like because I did not have those so-called certificates that they wanted me to go back and obtain. They could not understand and respect how I was so intelligent and work my way from the lower to the top of my position that I was in so fast without me stepping on anybody's toes, without me violating any rules, without me manipulating or using any women. Because I don't operate on it. I ain't have no references, none of that. I built everything that I had in that game strictly off my experience, my knowledge, and my research. They did not like that. Europeans challenged me all day, every day. They said all kinds of crazy things to me. I laughed, I smiled, I kept it moving, I kept my head up, and I kept it pushing because I knew what that was about. That was a test, and I stood on business because I had a first and foremost, I had a long-term plan. I knew that I was going to retire in my 20s and start my staffing company and then went digital as I'm doing now, and I knew I was going to go back and sell my services to them as we do to this day. So I had a plan. So no. Yes, if they invite me to them spaces today and want to have those discussions, I'm going to go and I'm going to bust their head every time with the facts and information that can't be denied. So when I went in those spaces with those brothers and sisters, I didn't go there to argue or disrespect them or shun them. I just gave the reality what it is. Anytime a heterosexual man or woman say, hey, I don't agree with the fact, or I don't want my children, or whatever the case may be, being, inundated with that stuff in the school system, you're transphobic.
They put 10 on them.
You don't like us. You don't, and it's like, wait a minute. I have no fear of you. I don't have no hate. I just don't want that, being presented to my child.
But Mr. High Value, that is hate and that is fear. What you're describing. Okay. That's what it is. That's how it translates. When you say, okay, hold on, brother. Hold on. If I give you a plate of food and you go, nah, I like the food. I just don't want it anywhere near me. How much sense would that make? Obviously, you don't like the food, right? That's what you're doing. You saying, I don't got no problem with them. I just don't want it around me. I don't want to see it. I don't want to. You do have a problem with it then. That's the opposite of what you're saying, right? So it's no need to, you don't have to say that. Like, if you saying you stand at 10 toes, stand 10 toes. If you're going to be transphobic, be transphobic. Say, I'm transphobic. I don't like Say that, right? I ain't saying say it on this app because that definitely gets you banned as it should. But say that though. Right? The thing that I don't like about people, hold on, brother. I know nobody, but sir, nobody can force any of that stuff on you. It doesn't make any sense. Nobody is forcing it on you. They're not.
First of all, they're not doing anything. And two, as long as you up here on this panel, you're not going to disrespect any type of trans men or women. As far as I'm concerned, because that's mad disrespectful for you to even bring them up in this conversation in the first place. How did we even get here? They don't even teach you anything about.
I'm speaking on them as an example. We don't have to continue on because you're right. I agree. Let's leave them alone. The point is, I just mentioned the fact that I'm well versed in dialogue, meaning I'm open to any conversation with anybody as long as it stays respectful. At the end of the day, bring it back to the topic, and I agree with you, sister. Thank you for bringing it back.
I think the point you're missing is that's disrespectful. Like, that's what I was trying to help you understand. Like that, like no matter how nicely you say it, that was disrespectful. You know what I mean? You saying you making people argue for the, like I said, that's why I was asking you if a YT person was like you're like denied your humanity as a black person, how would you feel about that? I'm not talking to that person. I'm not about to go in no space and argue with them and be like, but I'm a human. Get the fuck out of here. They are disrespectful. They could be as nice as they want to be. They could be as calm as they want to be. They could call, you can get called a million B words, F word, whatever. That is less disrespectful. I know, but that is what you were saying. But Mr. High Value, I do appreciate you taking the time to come up. They paid to drop you kindly. So we gotta honor the rules.
Real quick, y'all, can we get the likes up? It's 400 people on the YouTube, on the TikToks. There's a couple people over there on the YouTube, a couple hundred of y'all. Can we all get the likes up? If you're in the YouTube, like up the live over there, like up the live over here. Banging the cash up one time, as per usual. It's always 50 to drop. Thank you for the drop. Whoever said that, thank you. But that was, it was a conversation. I wanted to see how far that was going to get. But keep liking up the live, y'all.
As soon as
He's an on-time God. I know y'all don't rock with him like that, but baby, he may not come when you want him, but he always on time. He came too fast because I was ready to.
I know y'all was itching to. That was crazy.
You know, I be being patient though, but I'm glad they got that inmate out here because he lied when he said that he was in law enforcement. And then he said he was in corporate America and he got out in his 20s. Just because you and your friend had a plan when y'all was sitting on the bumps and when y'all was in the law library, don't mean that you was actually planning for your retirement.
Mia. Please.
How did we get here?
Come on, dude.
He was in the inmate law library pedaling through.
Come on, man.
Different.
This is why they about to. My face gonna be in the background tomorrow. Y'all, you killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's on me. Don't do it to Pug. But
you know it's gonna be.
Really though, the problem was he was lying. Like he had 2 different long-term careers in the span of 5 minutes, and he was really trying to really walk very, very quietly and try to really be sweet, all to get to the point of I don't like women and women are beneath me and I'm going to dominate women in any way that I can.
And let's get back to that.
He was talking about, and let's get back to that. And then other thing, when you were asking him, you were trying to make a comparison to like how would you feel if there was a non-black person trying to make you define your humanity. He didn't understand what you were saying because he would be also talking about Negroes too. He was having a conversation with them, talking about he's sick of Negroes.
Nah, maybe though, but that's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
He was having a conversation, so he didn't feel any type of way because he would have been also talking about black folks as well. Like he like men who have that stance, who would come up here and talk about women couldn't have their own debit cards or credit cards because they had risky spending behaviors. That he crazy.
I was like, what?
That's right there. He would be the one who would be trying to fit in with them and say, yeah, they are. Because he so badly wants to cosplay a YT man that he's just pulling stuff out of his tail. Now I'm gonna say this one more thing. That picture that Mr. Jones had put up when we were trying to figure out who
Yeah. Looking in the mirror, looking in the the picture.
That's Mr. High Value right there. That's him right there.
I definitely believe everything you just said, by the way. I was just push back. Real quick. Man, Osa said just so y'all know, I just want to give credit where credit is due. Osa put 20 on that boy. She said, we tied on the YouTubes. Story and Soul said to add, they said, huh. And they did like this. They said, huh, here. For some reason, like she was just like, here.
You know what else, public? It's like no matter how educated, how calm he was speaking, he was giving very much ASMR. I could tell it was giving sociopath.
Oh, I mean,
it was very much calculated. Oh yeah, I have a response for that. Oh yeah, let me answer. I can answer that real quick.
That was crazy.
It's diabolical.
I didn't understand the responses.
Conversation there.
I don't know. I didn't. Never mind. Somebody asked. Oh, Nia asked. This is a great question. Does he check the uncles that are actually harming children? That's the question. Let's get to the bottom of that one. Yasmin put 5 on his head and said he should cultivate more emotion. Then he could empathize with others. Damn. Belle Thorne also threw 10 up there and said, how can you be well versed in dialogue but can't listen? Dialogue go both ways, baby.
I ain't gonna hold you public. The conversation was already not sitting well with me because he was bringing up like natural. He's basically bringing up like natural order of things.
Yep.
And he was basically implying like if we were still in the natural order of things, then Black women would be choosing education over men.
Yep.
And I really hate that take because even if y'all had y'all stuff together as a collective, I would still choose education because.
Oh, you always should. Mm-hmm.
Like at the end of the day,
yeah.
I don't care what y'all are doing. I'm going to work in my
best
interest. That's why I really hate these. I think the whole live topic should be about like these bad faith conversations a lot of y'all be having regarding women to try to like shame us because we're not centering y'all in our life decisions, because that's really what he was kind of alluding to. Like you chose education over a man. Like, when were you ever an option in the first place? That's what we really need to be asking. You were never even thought of when I chose to go to XYZ school back in 2009 when I graduated high school. I wasn't thinking about, oh, is a man gonna like me going to like the University of North Texas? Like, I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about what my undergrad plan was going to be and what I was gonna do after high school. A man wasn't even thought of. So it's that main character syndrome stuff that y'all be on, and it's weird.
Tell the truth.
I really wish y'all would go touch grass and like I say, y'all need to worry about yourselves and stop worrying about what women are doing.
You was thinking about going to college and acting fast and throwing that thing back a few times at some of them frat parties. Don't lie to us. We know what you was doing.
And buying wigs, weaves, and lashes.
And going to Dubai and crab boils.
They can't afford, but people like him can't afford for a woman to be educated because the fear is that he's gonna be challenged. Like that's what it boils down to. He wants to be able to gaslight and lie, and you can't. And he feels intimidated by someone who actually do have a vocabulary. Because just because he's stringing words together that he read like Malcolm X did in 19 whatever, don't mean he's actually smart. He really doesn't know what he's talking about.
Not too much public. I went to PWI. I had to move different. I was out there.
I got you.
I had to move different.
I got you.
When they don't HBCU.
Nah, it wasn't no, but nah, sometimes the Black communities be in there. You just gotta, you gotta find them. You just gotta find them. And they all know each. I remember when my wife was in college, all her friends were Black, but like for the most part. So whatever we did, like she was on the dance team and stuff like that. It was like a small, because it was a UC. If you're in California, don't know Black people getting into UCs. But it was just like a small group of Black people. All the Black people knew each other. It was like a high school. It was like a high school inside of college for the Black people. It was cool. It was like all the Black people knew each other. I was like, that's dope for them. I love that. But yeah, that was wild. I apologize for everybody that had to go through that. It was getting tricky, but we had to press the issue because there was some things there.
But you notice he kept saying, as long as the conversation stays respectful. And I was trying to figure out what would happen if it got disrespectful. I was almost there. I'm glad he dropped because I wanted to see what was going to happen. If that mask was going to fall off,
if it got disrespectful.
But it was, see, that's the thing though, y'all. I view respect differently. I don't view, like, that's a part of respect. Y'all, hey, you will see me react way faster to you saying some transphobic shit than you will to you calling me out of my name. I'm being honest with you. I'll react way faster to you saying some misogynistic shit than you being like, oh, you a punk. Like, to me personally, like, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Because
like, I get called out my name all the time, and I barely be saying 10 words, but I get called out my name. I'm like, that ain't no problem, but you be anti-black or
some anti-black shit, I'm turning up. Like, that's just what it is. So I don't know. I don't view disrespect. I don't view
whatever, maybe.
Yeah, maybe on a, you can catch me on a good day, right? Old school. I was, all right, whatever. But I'm not that shit. Whispering disrespectful shit is still disrespect. Saying that this person isn't a woman because of biology and all that shit. That's what I was talking about the other day when I was talking to that lady about curse words, and I was like, who fucking cares about a curse word? There are way worse things to be said in this world, and that was one of them. Denying a person's humanity will always be more detrimental, will always be more disrespectful than fuck, shit, B word, C, you know what I'm saying? Like, please. They're not even in the same vicinity in my mind. They're not even touching. I don't even.
And I really hate when y'all bring up like somebody's trying to force something on you, because it's like, who's forcing anything on you? I just feel like that's a hill you want to die on. You feel like somebody's forcing something on you. Nobody's forcing anything on you.
Wait. Before I forget, did y'all clock the part when he said that he got passed up on some whatever at his job because he didn't have the right credentials? And this is me being respectful, right? I almost told him, why didn't you go back to school and get the fucking credentials? This is this is what I'm talking about. So
you wouldn't let me say what I wanted to say public, but you know where he got them certificates from.
See, man.
That's why he had the right certificates. They lied to him in classification.
That's anti-black, Mia. See what I'm saying? We assuming this man got all of these.
No. He made the laws on camera. I've been to other spaces with him. Like, you know what? I don't care.
Say it, Mia. Tell us.
With your chest.
Say it with your chest.
I unpack it in the Discord.
Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah. I'm good. I just don't, I ain't got the 401, but I don't give a fuck. I was just playing. I don't give a fuck about being on nobody's Summer Jam screen.
I'm so glad it's back up on this panel.
The prototype.
Because there was something that he said before he had to read that Cash App and he had dropped that I wanted to clap. It was where he specifically said, yeah, men don't know themselves, but they want what they want and they hang around other people. So the prototype, I think you was trying to negate the point that was being made, but you actually made the very point. If they don't know themselves, how are they supposed to vet other people? And how are we supposed to vet them?
Okay. So let me say it like this. When I say they don't know themselves, they don't know exactly what they need, if that makes sense. So if I'm used to it, okay, basically it just stems down to a person just being a product of their environment. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm only around D-boys and stuff like that, of course I'm gonna take that feel, you know what I'm saying? But that might not be my path of life. Of course, I knew that was coming. I thought you were gonna say it more quicker than that. I knew that was coming.
No, it's because it seems like you're speaking more in like generalities and platitudes. Like, can you define what you mean when you say these words? Like, don't speak in a generality. Like, when you say they don't know themselves, give an example of them not knowing themselves and not knowing what they want, and like give an example of what that looks like, because it sounds real general what you're saying.
I mean, yeah, it varies for people. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I gave a situation of a person being a product of their environment.
Covering your mic. You covering your mic.
Yeah, your mic gone.
It sounds like you hitting on your mic.
Hey, y'all, all the
You can hear me now?
all the subs, hit that be specific. Don't be afraid to use that be specific emote when they get to evading.
Where GB at when you need him? I want to talk about attraction.
Y'all can hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Go ahead, prototype.
Go ahead, man. We listening.
Okay, bet. So if I'm only used to being around dope boys, I'm gonna surround myself around dope boys. I don't want to be around nothing else but that. So they gonna vet dope boys. You get what I'm saying? I can't break it down no further than that. I don't think.
You can respond to that, Lux.
Okay, so if they dealing around dope boys and they know, okay, ooh, this is so much, Lord. If they're hanging around dope boys, right, the prototype, and you're saying that the people that they're bringing around them are like-minded, they also don't know what they want, they also, you know, are all these other things. How do you, as the man in that situation, vet those friends? And how do you expect the woman to be able to pick y'all out of a lineup and see what the good traits about y'all? Like you said, y'all all hanging together.
Of course, I feel like a woman is gonna try to see a person like for them. For the women that I know, they'll try to pick apart your street life versus your individuality. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, they're not gonna really see the dope boy side of you. You know what I'm saying? They see your tendencies and what you do in the streets and stuff like that. True enough, but the person that actually make you, women vet that. But men on the contrary, we vet trauma.
What?
What?
We vet
what does
trauma.
That look like?
What does it look
Man, I need. Wait. Hold on. Time out, bro. Time out. The flag on the play. Hey, man, look. We're gonna try to make this better. Can we please not? This shit should not be this difficult. And I'm not even joking. You know what I'm saying? This is not that hard, bro. This is not that hard. What you doing?
You're so childish.
Don't do that to prototype. You gotta stop this, bro. Stop you milly mouthing around some shit. Just say it. Just say what it is, bro. We trying to get to the bottom of something. You just saying stuff, man.
Speaking of a lot of generalities, like you really, I don't know if you think that you're being descriptive, but you very much so are not. Like you ever see in college, well, y'all ever see y'all have them, I ain't mean that. Y'all ever see them, that was not a shot, I promise. Y'all ever see the papers where it be like a word count and you only got 400 words, you need 600? That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're trying to make up that extra 200 words by just saying it.
I mean, maybe our understanding is different.
Hold on, how probably got in the background of the background on his own channel?
So okay, re-ask your question.
I'm laughing at Clay's comment, but you being on the background. But it wasn't a question. I'm just saying. I don't know if you realize what you're explaining is real general. Like it's not. You're not actually giving like any like. Okay, I know we try to tell y'all to not give like anecdotal experiences and try to step outside of your shoes. But prototype, give me an example of person A, right? Man A doing the thing that you're describing. Give me a short scenario, like 3-4 sentences.
Okay, okay. Let me ask you this. So, what was your initial question? If I can just stand on it.
It was my initial question. You kind of answered it. It was about the vetting, but you said that women vet based on the true nature of that man, and you also said men vet based on. You said trauma. That was a wild answer, by the way. You said men vet on trauma. You want to like expound on them two answers? And what is scratch all that. What does vetting based on trauma look like?
Basically, you're going for things that soothe you. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like it keep you in the loop. I know that like you said, it's general, but it's just my version of explaining. Let me give you a scenario. If I go for a person, or if I get back in the dating world, right? No, scratch that. If I'm in the dating world, I'm gonna try to typically date a woman that's sexually active. You know what I'm saying? I won't try to go for nobody that's healed.
Healed? Okay. That's an interesting set of words. He's
saying he not saying me now, just saying just
in this example, you would go after a woman that also is engaging sexually in relationships the way you are, is what you're saying.
Right. This the version of me saying that men are date for trauma. Based off of trauma.
Yeah, bro.
Or they dating based on attraction. They dating based on attraction.
Hey, dating based on attraction.
I saw him earlier in the comments.
That shit'll never get old. But hey,
it's staying very general. You're not getting more descriptive, so I'm gonna drop it because we got 1SK, 1S1K. But I tried pub. I tried for real. I try to be gentle with it too, but I don't know.
Hey, Nigel said.
You got the discernment to know when to call it quits.
Hey, Nigel said, turn the light off in the restroom, tape 100 to the mirror, and say, based on attraction 3 times in front of it. And GB gonna show up. They said GB gonna show up if you do that. You gotta say it 3 times fast, but you gotta tape 100. You gotta tape 100 because he always chasing the money at the end of the day. Never forget that. The prototype, where are you from? What city you from? State?
City and state, Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Okay. Somebody wanted to know. Somebody just banged the cash app and said, where you from? Not on some gang shit. Yeah, not on some gang shit. On some, just general, where you from? So I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. I don't know what the hell you talking about. And I've been listening this whole time. And I'm just like, I just think that we make these conversations much harder than they need to be. When at the end of the day, men just trash at vetting for the reasons that's in the damn. I mean, the shit is right there, man. It's right there. The reason why we trash at vetting. Look, we trash at vetting. I give you more reasons. Fuck it. We're trash at vetting because obviously we are abusive. So how we gonna spot abuse? First of all. Second of all, we're terrible at vetting because we don't ever have to vet. Our vetting meter is fucking broken. It's never been developed. Our vetting meter is trash. And lastly, we don't have to vet because we don't care. We're bad at vetting because we don't care. At the end of the day.
I'll say that we're bad at vetting properly, but like I said, I was trying to make a point to.
Bad at vetting properly is bad at vetting, sir. That's what it is, brother, man.
I mean, but hear me out. It's a caveat to it.
All right.
At that moment, that person might be for you in that season. You know what I'm saying? So it's not to your peak of where you should be, but it's for you at the moment. You know what I'm saying?
No,
we just don't.
I don't know. You always say you know what I'm saying, and I don't be knowing what you say. You take the simplest shit that I say, and you try to make it confusing. I feel like you are a pimp, and you think I'm a hoe, and you trying to confuse me right now. That's what I be feeling. I'm like, does he really think he gonna confuse me to make me just be like, all right, I'm gonna go with you? Like, I'm not gonna go with you. Like, you just keep it simple. KISS, keep it simple. Right? Let's do that. Just come on. Because the shit you saying right now, brother, is not you. I'm saying the simplest shit. You like, yeah. Like, I'm like, it's like, we like, how do you get to the gas station? And I'm like, go straight down the street, make a left at the second light. You will see it on your right-hand side. They ask you, how do you get to the thing? You go, well, actually, now let me tell you something. The roads in 2024. Now, look, if you want to avoid the pothole off of Linux, you got to do X, Y, and Z. Like, no, that's not how we doing it. Get out of here. out of here. Go watch it in your room.
You do be speaking a lot of pimp talk prototype, like a lot of parables, a lot of like.
You sound like a Mississippi pimp. Like, stop that shit.
Well, I couldn't be from Alabama.
You could be from Bama.
But hear me out. Okay, so there's two type of females. Let's say
Women.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry about that. Okay.
You good.
Understood. So, two type of women. It's a woman that can lift me up, like not saying that using her to lift me up, but it's a woman that could be like for my betterment long term, and it can be a woman that's good for me, or you know what I'm saying, temporarily. The temporarily, you know what I'm saying. A lot of men will take the temporary women because it soothes them where they at. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I mean, do that make sense?
So you're just saying like some dudes will be on some like, I just want to have smacks, so let me be with this girl. But there are quote unquote good girls out there who they pass up on. The same shit that men be saying that women do all the time.
I mean, smicks is a part of it, but like not just necessarily smicks, like
what they're using them for.
I mean, sometimes, like it. I can't just give you a person scenario that I ain't live, but I know.
Then what you speaking on?
But I'm saying I can't just call it on the top of my head.
What are you speaking on if you can't give me a scenario? What are we talking about here, brother? How do we get here? You got to be able to articulate it, fam.
You're right.
What is happening? This is nuts. I needed you to get. That's what I'm saying. You making it more difficult than it needs to be. That's all I'm saying. That's it. I don't feel like it's this difficult. I feel like men are just bad at vetting because we don't ever have to vet, and we are the people you need to be vetting. You need to vet us. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to vet us. So of course we bad at vetting. For real. You know who is better at vetting? I will say this. If it's a man that has unpacked, you know, his traumas and is doing the work, I think he's decent at vetting versus other men because they are more willing, you know, like now I can see, like me personally, like I never knew all the forms of abuse, right? I never understood that, you know, I didn't, you know, lying was so natural, you know what I'm saying? Like I was just taught to lie. Like, that's just what, as a man, I'm saying. It was just like lying is like breathing for men. You know what I'm saying? Like lying is the way of men, right? Now, once you get to a point to where you like, wow, damn, lying is fucking terrible and look how destructive it is and so on and so forth. Now you see how it's abusive. Now you can spot it, you know, now I can spot it in other men and stuff like that because I'm like, oh yeah, I see what that is. But if you asked me about this shit 5 years ago, ain't no way. I'd have been like, I mean, just lied to her. That's par for the course. You know what I'm saying? But like now, I'm like, oh no, that's no. Hell no, that's crazy.
So let me ask you that, though. So in what way did you lie though? Like, was it?
In what way didn't I lie?
A lie is a lie.
In what way did, hold on, wait. I'm gonna answer this question with a question. In what ways didn't I lie? That's the better question.
Because you can lie for the, like, express the truth. I wouldn't call it a lie.
Nigga, that's a lie.
That ain't no lie, Paul. That's actually tended to people. People don't do well with truth. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you have to pivot around. You know what I'm saying?
That's bullshit. Hey, River said he lied based on attraction.
Wait, because you said who else is good at betting? I was thinking the IRS.
Nah, they get scammed. IRS get scammed all the time. I don't want to hear that shit.
Really?
They always getting scammed. That's why they had to hire 10,000 new IRS agents because they've been getting swindled this whole time. Ask Trump. Sunrise E said most men vet for women they can take advantage of. That's the one we didn't clock. Hold on. Let me read that one again. Hold on. Let me read that one again. Most men vet for women they can take advantage of. I ain't got the effects. We're going to do this one old school. You definitely getting a clap on that one. That was beautiful. Guava says, ask Prototype, is he telling them that they are temporary up front, or making it seem like they are interested long term, but treating them temporary? Temporary. Are you telling them they temporary?
At this point in my life, if I don't think it's gonna be a longevity effort between us, yeah, I do. But back in the day, hell no, I was running the gun. But now I do. You know what I'm saying? I do, because I don't think there's a difference for another day. But yeah, at this point in my life, I definitely do.
Hey, men be vetting for weaknesses. we be vetting for weaknesses. We be trying to spot vulnerabilities and weaknesses. Appreciate you, Centrell. She said, appreciate you speaking up for women. Appreciate it. Hey, man.
I mean, to be honest, even on that note, when men be sitting here talking about, oh, you're too good for me, that's basically him like clocking you, saying he's basically implying like he knows that you're gonna clock his stuff. So when men be talking about, oh, you're too good for me, that alone is a red flag, because he knows like you catching on to red flags. So he's basically telling on himself even when he say stuff like that. So
stay
let y'all know.
Stay out of my business. Get back.
Who's she applying it to?
She thought I'm saying she in my business. I want you to kindly back up out of my business, Shani. Stay out of my business, okay?
Shani, get in it some more, because I need some.
Stay out of my business. This does not concern you. You got a little too much dip on your chip. You getting too close to home. Okay? I definitely done said that a couple times. Shit, I said that shit with tears in my eyes one time. I felt like I meant it in the moment. I really do.
Hey, prototype.
Hey, don't call no shit, man. Don't do it.
Why you look like you floating in space?
Man, on how they hear
in your background.
Look how he look.
He got that's my blue steel look.
Hey, who asked you was on? What his name? Giovanni? No, what his name?
Giovanni. That's G Vizzle. That's G Vizzle. That's G Vizzle. Oh, that was Dreaded. That was Dreaded. Yeah, that was Dreaded. We was on Dreaded neck for about 48, 72 hours. We was on that boy head every day. I don't know why he kept falling off up in here. I was like, boy, take your ass home.
Mom just said where GV at.
Where GV in here somewhere? Javinci in here somewhere. Get that boy, Leonardo da Vinci. He in this motherfucker somewhere hiding. Go ahead, Sean. What's good, man? I know you've been waiting patiently. I want you to get it in for us one time, man. Keep liking the live, please, on the YouTubes, definitely, and on the TikToks. Let's get over 200,000. We got 500 people in here. We got 289 people. It's about 800 people in this bitch. What's good, Sean?
Not too much. You know, I don't mind sitting back and listening, bro. You be coming from, like, I'm talking about from the depths of reality when you hold these type of lives, man. Like, for real. Some of this stuff, like, real men need to hear.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm bringing these groceries in real quick.
He doing work.
But, hey, yo, one trip. You know what I'm saying? Spend 120, come back with one trip.
120 and got a bag. That shit crazy.
Oh yeah.
Inflation the motherfucker, man. We
can't vet each other because like all day, but
you breaking up. You breaking up. Sean, you breaking up. Sean, you breaking up. You breaking up. You breaking up. You walked inside the house. The Wi-Fi started wrestling with you.
I gotta reconnect.
Mm-hmm.
Based on a trash it. I was trying to reconnect for real. He was on that Shan Wi-Fi.
Oh, Jerusalem.
That's crazy.
Jerusalem is wicked.
I'm back, right?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, but basically, we're not able to vet well because we are not. A lot of us are not like unpacking our misogyny and anything that we're saying to these dudes that we're vetting, right? We're just pretty much trying to like indoctrinate, and it's coming from like childhood up. It's like a real like they a lot of us trying to disguise it as like
grooming or even mentorship. It's really like some type of indoctrination process. So anytime someone that's like a certain age that spits all this like misogynistic type of views, I'm already knowing he don't know what he's talking about. Life is not like that anymore, you know. And other men cannot accept that the patriarchy is literally crumbling.
It's definitely collapsing.
Yeah, no, 100%. And like, yeah, that's why I'm like, bro, what you saying is real. Like, it's facts. You know, I've been coming in and out since I got on TikTok. You know what I mean? Because you be telling the truth.
Appreciate you, man. Yeah, no, that's real shit. They do disguise it as mentorship, and that's why I be raising an eyebrow. I very rarely hear like the men in my spaces and the men in my circles. They not talking about, like, I'm talking about the ones that really be doing the work. They don't be talking about mentoring. Like, and I'm not saying they're against it. I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, they just be on some like, that ain't my calling. Like, they not trying to go talk to boys or whatever. I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying that's not something we in a rush to do. But it seems like the very misogynistic men, they can't wait to go talk to little boys. They can't wait to go indoctrinate little boys and plant that seed of divisiveness in them boys' brains and tell them that like the shit that Kay was hearing when she was going through marriage counseling. They can't wait to go tell them little boys that type of shit, man. That what was he saying, Kay? Hold on, you tell me some shit out like, man, this shit crazy right here. Tell it them men be telling them little boys any old thing.
Listen, that pretty much that women asking for too much and men are simple.
There you go. Telling little boys that type of stuff. You gotta telling little boys they gotta protect and provide and shit like that. I ain't saying, once again, I'm okay with y'all saying protection and provision, but you gotta tell the whole story. Don't leave it at money and jumping up in the middle of the night if you hear a thud in the dark. It's way deeper than that. Tell the whole story. Y'all want to tell the most insignificant parts about it, because women can make their own money and women been protecting themselves since forever. So that ain't, neither one of those things is the thing. It's way more bigger other things that go into protection and provision, but y'all only want to talk about money and jumping up if you hear a door go, what's that? Y'all want to jump up when you hear that shit. Who gonna jump up if somebody kick in the back door waving the fork? Nigga, not you. You better get them kids and them babies and get out the house. Quick. You better be running. You better run down the hallway. 911. Yeah, I'm at open up the window. We at and if you hear him coming up the stairs, then you run and put yourself in between your family. But you get everybody out the house. Somebody kicking your glass, get out the house. They downstairs, you jump out the upstairs window. They upstairs, you jump out the downstairs window. They in the basement, you run out the front door. Like, what is y'all niggas talking about? You're stupid. Get them babies out. Number one form of protection is getting away from danger. Like, getting as far away from the danger as possible. If you hear a thud, you go in the. What black people say all the time, we can't be in them scary movies, because if you really put a trill nigga in them movies, when we hear them weird sounds, the movie gonna be over fast because we leaving the house, right? We see a little baby walk across and we ain't got no kids, and we see a small child dart. We out. We not wait. We don't care if we bought the house. We selling the house. We taking a loss. The movie gonna end quickly with us. But all of a sudden in real life, y'all forget them rules. You forget horror movie rules. Now you want to fucking, who gonna jump up if you hear a thud in the night? Me, I'm gonna jump up, but I'm gonna run. We running. We getting about that. Why am I gonna tackle a nigga? He came in my house knowing I'm in there.
But they knew you was sleeping with your wife and kids and still jumped up in that house.
They knew we was in the house sleeping. They didn't care nothing about what we had in the house. They don't know how many weapons they came. I know they came prepared. So I'm going.
Public, I'm gonna hit him with that soldier boy.
But the dude be the reason why they kicking the door down. You owe that man that money. That's another.
That's the rent-a-center people. They be they came to get their PS5 and 65 inch. They came to get their PS5 and they 65 inch. You've been running from them people for 16 months.
Them dudes checked out Lexus to find your new address, and you talk about some baby, you gotta get out this neighborhood. Sir, pay your credit.
That's Dog the Bounty Hunter. You got a warrant, sir. That's why they kicked in your door. They did it. This shit all about the Benjamins. They Ice Cube. What them niggas book them? They trying to get them in there. They gonna have you on the run like Mike Epps. Book them. What Bow Wow say? It was a man looking for you earlier. Who? Him. There you go.
Go up to that door like, my mommy told me to tell you she's not here.
Oh my God.
Told me to tell you they not inside.
My daddy said he not home.
They said they're not home. They said tell you they're not home.
Oh my God. Let me read this super chat. Miss Truth Teller, appreciate you. She said, my friend said men on the block used to tell him it's okay to cheat on your girlfriend when he was 10 years old. God damn. God damn.
Damn.
I heard that shit as well because I was on the block. I also
think they be hating on the little boys. I think the advice they be giving them be wrong because they don't want them to be successful. Like, imagine seeing somebody who got the opportunity to do what you couldn't do.
Yeah.
I also think that like the mentorship be foolishness because they be wanting them to ruin their life the way that they did. That's exactly why they be so quick to indoctrinate them and invite them into the GANG because they want to run their lives the way that their life is ruined. And then another thing, I don't know if y'all spoke on it or if I saw the video you did about it, but a lot of it about the vetting, because to vet you have to ask questions, you have to do a lot of things, right? They're not willing to be confrontational. They're not willing to be confrontational either. They be scared to get any type of uncomfortable awkwardness between their friends. Like even when he old dude was talking about the barbershop, which he lying, but when he was talking about the barbershop, like they're not pushing back on each other. They're amening everything that the big dog is saying because they do not like confrontation. So they can't vet if they can't even stand on our team. But
he said it though. He said that when you push back, the threat of violence is there. That's why they don't be pushing back. That's what he said. So that part was real because he was true. You can't tell a man nothing. You can't tell. Trust me. I done been in them. That I think that's why it's so funny when I be online. People don't know that I done been in them real situations with you know what I'm saying, with real motherfuckers. And I done been standing 10 toes in they fucking face like, nigga, you wrong. You tripping. Like pushing back, arguing, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Y'all ain't never did that shit in real life. Y'all so damn scary and gentle and you all soft and shit. You need nigga. I don't give a fuck. Like I don't care. Nigga, it's a lot of y'all be so scary, man. Y'all be scared. Y'all be scared to get judged. You scared to get down. You scared to get knocked out. You scared to get back up. Y'all be scared of y'all own shadows. And I really do feel for y'all. Invite up who?
That's why I decide giving a side eye to men who, the ones that don't be like checking their friends, but then y'all want to sit here and bug up to a woman because she clocking you on your stuff. Now you sitting here trying to fight. Like, I done
seen that. I done seen that many a times.
But you don't want to confront your friend because you know your friend gonna probably knock you out. But you trying to bug up to me because I'm clocking your stuff in real time. That's strange. That's strange behavior to me.
It don't even be always. Go ahead, Mia.
My bad. Go ahead. I was gonna say it happens to me every day. I ain't gonna go into too many details, but I'll say something in just a respectful, just a matter of fact, assertive, direct way. Yes, but I'm just matter of fact, and they get all this air in their chest and get the falling all over, bucking up on to stand up. But that man say all kind of stuff, bees and call them bees and everything else, and it's like, oh, yes sir, and it's like, wait a minute, where you get all this air from in your chest for when it comes to me? But when it comes to this man, you don't got nothing to say. And that's just a typical thing because it is a threat of violence and they're scared. And that's why when they always tickle me pink when they say, oh, women are emotional and verbally violent, or they try to do the switcheroo on us. If y'all were so affected by that, you wouldn't be so quick to buck.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't be so quick to buck. But you're not affected by that because you know that you're the scary monster in the story. You know that the threat of your violence is what'll keep anybody hush. Because if you didn't think that, you wouldn't be so intimidating or trying to be intimidating. And that's the thing that be just blowing me. They be really playing. They really be playing.
I'm gonna say don't fuck up to me because I know y'all be skipping leg day at the gym, so I'm gonna trip you and make you fall. So don't come fucking up to me.
Hey, Okay. Y'all know me, man. Y'all know when I hit that wall, I gotta go. And it's time to go. I appreciate
the cash app on time. You already know. Get the likes up while we out here. Bang the cash app on your way out. $1 a due. Y'all already know the deals. All the YouTube peeps, like up the live over there. The TikTok peeps, like up the live over here. Go check out the YouTubes. Go check out the TikToks. Check out the Facebook. We got one of those now, y'all.
Hey.
And GV, come back. GV, come back.
No, he didn't come back. We gonna holler at GV tomorrow. He gonna be back. Hey.
Also, we gonna do the decompression in the Discord. We gonna do it later after I come back from walking my dogs. So if you need to join, just DM me right now for the link and I'll get it sent to you. I'm not gonna start the decompression live right now because I try to give some time so everybody can have time to
stretch it out.
Discord, but it's the same structure. We got a little fancy stage channel in there, so it's the same format as if we were doing it on here, sub-only panel. Everybody else can key and participate in the chat, and we've been chilling. We've been on there for like a couple hours for the past couple of days, so yeah, come through.
All right, y'all. I love it. Appreciate y'all. Sorry, y'all know me. I'm ready. I'm hungry. Allie, appreciate you. Shout out to Public for putting on that ATL Falcon jersey. Yeah, see, this is who this? What that say back there? I forgot his name. Oh, this is Jamal Anderson. This nigga used to do the Dirty Bird. Appreciate y'all. Nah, man, I appreciate y'all. Everybody that I might have missed a couple of these. I don't think I did. Let me get through it. Midnight Snack, Nia X, Tawana, Mrs. Truth Teller, Sunrise East, Snapback, Miss Not For Everyone, Kim, The Brass Doll, Gary, Osa, Antoine, Bell, Yasmin, to Nigel, Guava, Lady Muse. Did I miss Lady Muse? I think saying men vet according. Oh, I missed this one. I think he's saying men vet according to what they need to use, to what they need to use a woman for. It's targeting. X, good girl to marry. Got you. Yep. That's exactly Lady Muse. Miss True Teller, I appreciate y'all. I really do. We did it, Joe. We made it. It was just a light 4 hour and it was 4 hours and 20 minutes. A light 4 hours and 20 minutes. But we did it, Joe. I love y'all, man. Like the live. We gonna be back tomorrow. Y'all remember this was the sub prompt. The sub chose this one. I definitely want y'all to go hit the link. I want to get some ones going again for next week. You know what I'm saying? I run them every Wednesday. Y'all go hit the link tree and do the little drop down. Super easy. Follow the steps. I'm gonna put them up there. I'm gonna post by this weekend. Try to get them in before Saturday. When I get, you know what I'm saying, when I get them all in on Saturday, I'll probably run it on Saturday or Sunday. Everybody can vote on it, and then I'll run it live on Wednesday. All right. So just go there, go to the link tree, put your prompt idea in there, and follow the steps. Super easy. And we gonna, I want to run it back next week, man. I love that. I really do. Appreciate all the new subs, all the old subs, best mods in the business. Reese, appreciate you. Man, it was a good live. Entertaining. Are you not entertained? Check out the link tree. Absolutely. Very entertaining live that was.